Hey everyone, welcome to Coding Jutsu channel. After a long time, I have finally finished the project where I recreate the template published by Vercel. And this is utilizing Next.js and Shopify Headless CMS. Shopify, as you all know, is one of the industry leader when it comes to e-commerce. So having that capability to know how Shopify works is definitely going to boost your portfolio when it comes to e-commerce. So here is the application. Let me give you a quick demo. As you can see here, this is the logo. This is Coding Jutsu Store, Home, All, and Women, Man, Kids, and Selves collections we have. And this is just design. I'm not going to show you too much of the design aspect of things because obviously when you're going to create, you want to create it in your style and in your design language. But this is what I have created trending now. We have some women's, man's, kids, and selves collection. And here, as you can see, we have some pages. Let me show you what it looks like. If you click on all, you will see some products. Now this is going to be based on relevance. You can also click on trending, and trending would be the newest products, latest arrivals, low to high, as you can see here, and high to low. Let's go back to relevance. And here, all the collections that we have created in our Shopify Headless admin. So if you click on homepage, there's something. If you click on kids, man, selves, women, all this informations are actually coming from our Shopify Headless. So if I click on, let's say, this particular product, you see we have a nice little name. We have this price. We have a size we can click on, a color we can choose. And here, obviously, we have our add to cart. And here's a nice little section you can scroll through for related products. And you can also add to cart. It will add to this particular cart. And we have utilized Optimistic hook. So here it's without any delay. You can add 3 and 29.97. And you can also click on proceed to checkout, which will take you to this checkout page, which is completely managed by Shopify. You won't have to worry about anything. So let's go back to our application here, and you see that our cart still in effect because this cart is actually saved in a cookie. And we have a nice little search activity here as well. So let's go ahead and search something, let's say shirt. You can see that it's actually showing that matches that search term. This is a really nice project. I hope you will like it. If you have any questions, all the links, all the GitHub code and everything with these images will be provided to you for free. Definitely let me know if you enjoyed this and if you want to see more projects like this. And of course, like, share, and subscribe definitely help me grow this channel. Thank you so much for patiently waiting for my video. I hope that you will enjoy it. So without further ado, let's get started. Okay, so the first thing we have to do is we have to open an account with Shopify Partner Program. So as you can see right here, we are on Shopify Help Center. If you search Shopify Partner Program, you will be sent to here on this page. I'm going to provide this link in the description for easy access. So if you want to be a Shopify partner, you will get some benefits. You will be able to refer clients to Shopify. You'll be able to create e-commerce themes and publish them in Shopify Theme Store. You can also create Shopify apps and publish them in the Shopify App Store. What we are going to do is we are going to create our development store through this Shopify Partner Program. But these are other things that you can also do. If I scroll down a little bit, you can see here, become a Shopify partner. So the Shopify Partner Program is free to join. So none of the things that we're going to do in today's video will require your credit card. So that's awesome. It also lets you experiment with Shopify platform through unlimited test stores. So you can create as many test store or development store as you want. So that's really, really good. For every client you refer, theme you design, or app you build, you will receive ongoing monthly income. So if you're looking for some passive income, Shopify Partner account is a great source. So let's go ahead and create an account. I'm going to click on here, create your account. It's going to take me to my accounts.shopify. It will allow me to create my account. I'm going to go ahead and choose my Google account. You can choose however you want. Okay, so once you give access, you'll be taken to this particular page. What's the main way you plan to use Shopify? I'm going to say building a new Shopify store for clients. Let's see, building apps for the Shopify. I'm going to choose the first one and then next. And I'm actually here, I'm going to choose my state here. It doesn't really matter. Let's just choose this one right here. Let's say coding Jutsu. So let's go ahead and quickly put my address and I'll be right back. Okay, so it's creating my partner account. As you can see here, I am right now in the dashboard, Shopify partners, get started, verify your email address, learn how to earn, all this good stuff. You can just go ahead and create your store if you want with the themes that they provide. It's similar to how WordPress work, but we are developers want to create our own e-commerce store, and I'm going to show you how you can do this. So from here on the left hand side, you're going to go to the stores. And here you want to create a development store. So let's go ahead and click on here. So here I'm going to choose create a store to test and build. Let's go ahead and choose that. We have to give a store name. So in my case, I'm just going to say Next.js-Ecommerce.cj is my store name. Build version current release, that's fine. Start with an empty store. Here, as you can see here, start with some test data. So it will always come with some products. Preload your store with bogus gateway and sample data and stuff like that, but you won't be able to then convert your developer store to a client store. So I will not choose this. As you can see here, non-transferable. This one also is non-transferable. I'm just going to keep the default and click right here on the bottom right corner, create development store. It's going to ask me which account do I want to choose. I'm going to go for this one, because now it's going to actually take me to the store's admin account. So as you can see here on our URL, admin.shopify.com. So this is going to be my test and development store. So in order for this Shopify to use as a headless CMS, we have to prepare our admin Shopify to work with as a headless GraphQL API, right? Headless CMS. So what we need to do is there is a GitHub repo already created. Shopify has its own templating language. It's called Liquid. So there is already a Shopify headless theme. So if I go back to Shopify admin, you see that you do have an online store. So if I go here, it's going to select to the theme. And here you see that you can actually view your store. If I click on here, it's going to go to the domain next-commerce-cj.myshopify.com. And here you have with some dummy products, feature products, a store. This is just the default theme it comes with, right? So you can click on contact and everything. It's all good. But we don't want to use this theme. We want to use Shopify as a headless CMS. So in that case, I'm going to close this. I'm going to go to this GitHub repository, link will be in the description. I'm going to download this theme into my computer. So once I downloaded this, I would have to go here, add theme, upload a zip file. I'm going to go ahead and add file and upload file. We can publish this one so that it becomes our current headless theme. Okay, so after publishing this one, this is our current theme, as you can see here with this tag. Now we can go ahead and click on customize. And it's going to bring me here. It's basically an editable where you can add a bunch of stuff here. You have your storefront, your theme settings, all that good stuff. But at the top, redirect URL is not set. So let's go ahead and go to the settings. We're going to go to storefront, and here we are going to create our hostname. So I will be deploying my e-commerce store onto Vercel, and Vercel is going to give me a domain name, but probably it's going to be something like this one. So demo.cj.next.store.vercel.app, something like that, right? I'm going to go ahead and save this. I might come back here and change the host name if I want to. That's not a big deal. But right now, once I go to, so let me go back so I can click on here left hand side on the top, exit. Now if I go to view store, you see that my next-commerce-cj now redirect to the demo.cj redirect URL that I provided. So that's what's happening here. Because we just want to use Shopify as a headless CMS, we're just going to get the information, but our e-commerce app will be deployed to Vercel or AWS or somewhere else, right? That's the beauty of it. Now, the next thing we have to do to work with Shopify Headless is that install a headless app. And here you see the apps. Let's click on the apps here and then search headless. So there you go, that's the headless app. It's a Shopify app. So let's go ahead, click on here. We will need to install this application. So let's go ahead and install this to our specific store. Now here, what we need to do is headless. As you can see here, it's giving us the option to create the storefront. So let's go ahead and click on here. And there are two APIs, right? Storefront API and then customer account API. It's customer account API if you need any type of information regarding your customer. So let's say you want to create as a user account login flow with your e-commerce where user can create an account, they can see what their order is, they can store their credit cards and all that good stuff, right? In that case, you will deal with customer account API. For our video, we are going to deal with storefront API, where we're just going to deal with the products, collections, and meta fields. So I'm going to go ahead and manage here. And this is actually going to give us this public access token and private access token, right? We would need this public access token. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this. And we can come back here, just going here in the headless if we need to get that storefront API, but we will add this API key, public API key to our env variables into our Next.js application. Now, one thing about Shopify is that even though we are creating a headless store, there are still a few aspects Shopify will control. Shopify will control checkout, so you don't have to deal with anything like you don't have to go through Stripe or anything. Shopify has its own checkout flow. Shopify also going to control emails, which is another good thing for us. Like if you want to send an email order confirmation to your customer, Shopify will control that. Order status, order history, and the favicon for any Shopify control pages. We can use Shopify's admin to customize these pages to match our brand and design, right? So if we go to our online store here, you can actually see the pages, blog posts, navigation, preferences, all that good stuff. So here, another thing we want to go through is that if you go to at the very bottom on the left settings, then you will see there is a checkout flow. So if I click on checkout, here you'll be able to customize, you'll be able to add a logo. So this is what it looks like by default, right? So it's gonna have next-commerce-cj, the name of the store. Here is a $30, some payment option. And one thing about test store is that you would have to, the payment option is not going to be activated until you verify your credit card. We're not going to use any credit card in this video, so we're just going to leave it there, but payment option is going to work. It's all controlled by Shopify. But this is what the checkout process looks like. If you do want to add any logo, checkout header, or anything, you can customize this to your likings through this web editor. If you go under general, I believe they have brand assets. So if you click on here, you'll be able to create your default logo, your square logo, colors, and all that good stuff. You'll be able to add the default logo for your brand. Once we're going to create our Next.js application, I probably will be create a logo and add it here. Another one I want to show you is the email. Customize customer email. It's going to be somewhere here. So as you can see, this is the order confirmation email that's going to go to your customer, and it looks like this. You'll be able to like change the color through this accent here. So if I want to make it like black and then save, it's going to look like this, and you'll be able to add your logo and all that good stuff. our application is now ready to use for our Next.js application. All right, so right now, let me show you the product and pages. So here, if you go on the left-hand side, there are products that you can add. So you can definitely add your products. If I click on here, you see that it's very self-explanatory. You can add your title, you can add your description, status is going to be active, you can add multiple images, you can also add, so upload new through your saved images. You can also add, click on select existing, where you'll be able to add from URL. So if your images are saved somewhere else, maybe AWS or something, you will be able to add URLs here. You will be able to put the prices, inventory tracking. So if it's out of stock, it's not going to show on your storefront. And of course, the variants like colors and images. To make things fast, I'm going to add the products, but I'm going to utilize their import CSV functionality. So I'm going to go ahead and add a CSV right here called apparel.csv. This file also going to be available with the repo that I'm going to share with you guys. And I'm just going to say upload and preview. There you go. It looks like it's giving me the title would be this one, description, product status, and this is corresponds to the column of the CSV file. So if you take a look at the CSV file, you will understand exactly what's happening. So it's going to take a little bit of time to import all the product. It's not many. There you go. So as you can see here, we have nice amount of products to play with. So let's go ahead. The next thing what you need to do is you need to go to collection and then add this product to specific collections. So collections just underneath this product. I'm going to go here in the collections. So by default, it will have a home page collection for you. You can use this one or you can create other collection as you want. So I'm going to go ahead and create one particular collection. I'm going to call this women's collection. I'm not going to add any description. I'm not going to add an image or anything. So there is automated option, but I'm going to do manual. So let's go ahead, keep this check and then save it, which will do is it's going to create this collection by this name women's collection. But let's go ahead first browse the products. We need to now add the products that will go to women's collection. So there you go. And then you add this one. Now these products are going to be specific to this collection. If I scroll down a little bit, search engine listing, if I edit this one, you would see that this is going to be your search engine optimization title. And here it's going to give you your handle. So your handles are going to be women's collections, right? So WOMENS, so all lowercase. You will need this when we are going to try to fetch the GraphQL API. But this is going to be SEO title. We are going to make this search engine optimized, our whole store, and we're going to do this through our Next.js application. So let's go ahead and I think that's pretty much it. I don't have to save or anything. It's added to this collection. So let me show you something else. I want to show you that you also can add pages, okay? And that these pages are going to be through Shopify as well. So right now you have two pages. One is contact page and another one is do not sell, share my personal information, basically your privacy policy page, right? You can also add a page. Let's say it's going to be about page. It's about your storefront and everything. You can add any content you want. About. As you can see here, search engine listing preview is also showing up here. So if anybody searches your product, so let's say we are going to add Next-commerce-CJ, right? Next-commerce-CJ. If anybody search this, it's going to show up on your Google as well. So let's go ahead and save this. All right. So that's how you create your different types of pages. Now, through this online store, we're also going to configure our navigation. So right now, as you can see here, there is a main menu. There's also a footer menu. I can add a specific menu that will have all the collections. So if I add the menu here, and let's say I'm going to go ahead and do Next.js front end menu, like so. So Next.js front end menu like that. Add menu item and then click here. What should I add? So let's go ahead and let's do home. So make it this one. This is the link. It could go to your home page. It could be a search. It could be a specific collection. So let's go ahead and create a home page right here. And we're going to say add. I'm going to add another one. Let's go ahead and add women's collection navigation menu. So let's go to collection. And here we want to do women's collection. All right. And we're going to add this one. We're going to add another one. Let's go ahead and call this all. And here it's basically going to go and pull up collection, all collection. And then let's see, we're going to click on save. And this is going to be the front end, Next.js front end menu that we can utilize. I might come back and change it a little bit, but that's how you add or edit navigation in Shopify. All right, finally, we are good with Shopify as of right now. Let's go ahead and build our Next.js application. And then when we are ready to connect with this product through GraphQL API that Shopify provides, we're going to come back to this one. We are good with Shopify as of right now. Let's go ahead and build our Next.js application. And then when we are ready to connect with this product through GraphQL API that Shopify provides, we're going to come back to this one. Okay, so let's go ahead and install our next application into our machine. So I'm currently in the folder called Next Commerce, and I'm going to run this command npx create next app at latest. I found this into the Next documentation. If you go to installation, you can see the command here. I'm going to go ahead and copy this and paste it right here. I'm going to put / notating that, hey, install everything inside the current folder. So I'm going to press enter. I'm going to go ahead with all the default option with Tailwind CSS. So here the first question is that create next app has a newer version. Do I need to proceed? I'll say yes. TypeScript, yes. Yes. Tailwind CSS, yes. I do like to use source directory. If you don't, it's up to you, but I like source. App Router, I'm going to say yes. You like to customize the default import alias? No. And that's going to install everything into the current folder. Okay, so we have everything installed. Let's go ahead and open this folder into Visual Studio Code Editor. You can use whatever editor you like. I'm just going to say code dot, and that's going to open everything inside my Visual Studio Code. And you can see here we have our source folder. Inside the source folder, we have our app directory. All of your routes are going to sit in your app directory. Outside the app, you have your ESLint JSON, your getignore file, and you have your package.json. We are also going to be using Tailwind CSS and Headless UI that's coming from Tailwind. It's like Radix UI. So it's just create some primitive, CSS primitive. So let's go ahead. Inside the React, you can see that this is also available in Vue. So I want to go ahead and install this. Let's go ahead and click on this GitHub. This is the command that we want to use, npm install Headless UI React latest. Let's go ahead and copy this inside our terminal. I'm also going to install Tailwind CSS typography. You can learn more about here. The link will be in the description. All I need is just npm install this command right here. So let's go ahead and install this one as well. And here it's telling me that inside the tailwind.config.ts, I would have to put this plugin because this is a plugin. So let's go to our Visual Studio Code. If I say Control P or Command P on your Mac, I can directly open this search by file name or folder name. You see that I have a tailwindconfig.ts. I can just enter this right now. And if I do Control B or Command B, that's going to close my site tab. And here I have this plugins array. So inside this plugin array, I'm going to go ahead and put required. I'm going to save this. I'm going to open the package.json and see if I need anything else. I would install Prettier. So npm install. I'm also going to install npm install D, and this time it's actually going to be Tailwind CSS-animate. So let's go ahead and do that. Here, tailwind CSS-animate. I'm also going to use another one called Tailwind CSS-container-queries. So this is the Tailwind CSS container queries that I'm also going to add it to my dev dependency. You can learn more about going to this link. It will be in the description. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, but I'm going to make sure that this is actually saved as a dev dependency. This is another way to do that. --save-dev. As you can see here, dev dependency, we have our container queries. And from here, I'm going to go back to tailwindconfig.ts file again, because that container query is also another plugin. And here I'm going to add, there's another require, and I'm going to do /container queries like that. I'm going to add a function. I'll call this plugin. Destructured. I'm going to say match utilities theme, and then inside the function, it's going to take an object. Animate delay is going to be a function. I'm going to take a value, and it's going to simply return. Instead of animate, let's call this animation. It's going to simply return this animation delay with the value. And right after this blue, so right after this object, we're going to have another object. I'm going to say values. It's going to have theme transition delay. Let's go ahead. It's actually giving me a lot of error. For this config to work and make it simple, let's go ahead and just make this a JS file instead of TS file. First thing we want to do is we want to say const plugin equals to, and it's going to require tailwind CSS / plugin, like so. Let's go and delete that. We are going to put this, and this is something that you just have to write, and you can just copy paste it from the repo. So we are going to say type import. The function is like that. Do module dot exports equals to this. So inside our theme, we are going to have a specific font that Vercel published, and it's called a Geist font. We'll be using this one, so let's go ahead and prepare that font. What I'm going to do is underneath the extend, I'm going to have something called font family. It's going to be an object, sans. It's an array, like that. So this is going to be the variable font guys-sans. We're also going to add in some keyframes for our animation to work. And these keyframes will have a fade in. I'm going to say opacity, from opacity 0 to opacity, we're going to say 1. Right? We're going to have just underneath this keyframe, we're going to have another, and we're just going to have blink 0%, and that's going to have an opacity of 0.2. String, 0% is string. Let's go ahead and put this 3 times, and now the next one, instead of 0%, is going to be 20%, and opacity will be 1, and this one at the end is going to be 100%, and it's just going to be 0.2 again. Underneath the blink, we are going to have an animation, and this animation will have, let's say, the one that we just created, which is going to be fade in, and let's go ahead and write, we have 0.3s. So this is the animation that we are going to add to our Tailwind CSS animation. So fade in 0.3 s is the duration and is out. This is customizing the default behavior that comes with Tailwind CSS. I am specifically saying that this should be the animation for fade in. And then let's go ahead and do blink. And then blink will have animation name blink. Let's do it 1.4 seconds. Do both, and it's gonna have infinite, like so. I will not need this background before the plugins. I will have, let's call this feature, and this is just going to have hover only when supported. Hover, we'll say true. Okay, we're pretty much done. Here, let me see. The one thing I need to do is I need to delete this one because we are already exporting this as a module. So you're going to keep this, and I am going to fix this spelling mistake. There you go. I think this is good now. Let's go back to our terminal, and here let's do npm run dev. It's going to open up in our localhost 3000, and here we are. We have our first boilerplate default application in Next.js. This is what you get when you first install Next application. What I want to do right now is I'm going to create a folder structure that I want for this particular project. So as you can see here, everything will be in the source directory. Your app directory will have all of your routes and every other files, ESLint, gitignore, everything outside of your app directory. Inside the source folder now, I'm going to create another directory. I'm going to call this components. Now this components will have all the reusable components that we want to use throughout our application. I am going to create another folder, and this is going to be lib, and this is just going to be short for library. All the logic functions are going to stay in here. Inside our lib folder, I am going to create a file called utils.ts, and this is going to be a utility function that I'm going to create that I'm going to use all over our project. Just outside of source folder, a new file, and that's going to be .env.local. This is going to be for my env variables that I want to bring in from my Shopify Headless CMS file, and it's going to be .env.sample. Now this sample is just for you guys. When I'm going to push all this code to GitHub repository, you will have this .env sample file that has the variable names with some dummy value, not the actual value, because you never want to push your environment variables, which are security risk, to your GitHub repo. And inside our source directory, inside our app, and if I go to page.tsx, this is what you're seeing, boilerplate is all here, okay? So what I want to do is I want to create my first component. And that component is going to be NavBar. So we would need a NavBar, we would need a footer. So let's go ahead and create a folder, and we're going to call this NavBar. And when I think about this, NavBar is actually we are going to import the NavBar in our layout. So I can even be more specific. I can just say layout folder, and inside the layout folder, I'm going to have my NavBar in there, because I'm going to put the NavBar and the footer, which will not change throughout my store application. It doesn't matter where you go. You can go to your search page, you can go to your cart page. Your top level navigation and your bottom footer should not change. And I am going to be adding those things in our layout.tsx, so it makes sense to have a component folder specifically called layout. And inside there, I'm going to have all the components that's going to be included in the layout. And index.ts file. I am going to create this index.ts file because I would have two nav. One is for the desktop, and I will have another one that's going to be for my mobile. Let's go ahead and create another file, and we're going to call this mobilemenu.tsx. Mobile-menu.tsx. I'm going to make sure that this is actually not just TS, but it's a TSX. And I'm going to create another file which will create the search.tsx right here. So inside our index, let's go ahead and close all this. I'm going to export a function. And here, we're just going to return some JSX. And in order for us to do this, what I'm going to do, the menu that you saw in our final project, those menu items are actually going to come from our Shopify. Let me show you. So inside our Shopify instance here, if you do go to our online store, you see this navigation. If I click on here, these are the menu right now. Footer menu, main menu, Next.js front menu. And if I click on Next.js front menu, you see that we have our home, we have our women's collection, and we have all. So that's what we want to do here, that get those navigation menu to our application. And in order to do this, we have to fetch those, right? So let's go ahead and create a variable called menu. I'm going to go ahead and await this, and getMenu is the function responsible for fetching those menu from the Shopify, and we'll create that. So getMenu, we will have to provide the key here. So if you go here, you see that name is Next.js frontend-menu. This is what we have to provide, so it knows what menu it wants to pull in from Shopify. Let's go ahead. It's better to just copy paste. So Next.js-frontend-menu, save it here. Because I'm using await here, I have to make this function async. And let's go ahead, return some JSX. As of right now, I'm just going to return a nav element, but let's go check out what's the get menu function is going to be. So the get menu function, it's going to exist in our lib folder. Inside our lib folder, I'm going to create another directory, and I'm going to call this Shopify. All the function related to Shopify is going to live inside this folder. Inside this Shopify folder, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this index.ts file. This index.ts is the file that's going to export everything from Shopify, async function, and this name is going to be getMenu. So this is the function that we will be using, getMenu, right? getMenu. So this params is going to take handle. So in Shopify, that name, Next-frontend, it's actually called handle name. So we'll say handle. This handle is going to be a string type. And what it's going to return is actually going to return a promise that is going to be a type of menu. It's going to be an array. This is what it's going to return. This menu type doesn't exist, so we'll create that in a bit. Here, we're going to say const response is equals to await, and then we're going to create a function called Shopify fetch. So let's go ahead and Shopify fetch, which is going to take a type, which is going to be Shopify. Let's just call this Shopify menu operation. That's the type. And it's going to take an object. These are the information that it needs for the fetch to work, right? We will definitely need a query. Remember that we are going to be working with GraphQL API. So the way we are going to interact with our Shopify Headless CMS is going to through that GraphQL API. So it has its own fetch requirements. So it requires query. And here we're going to say get menu query. We're going to create this one in a moment as well. It's going to have some tags. So when we add a product, so let me go back here into products. So let's go just here. Here you can see tags. I say women. So you can add tags to specific products, right? And you can fetch those tags accordingly. So I'm going to have an array. We're going to create a variable called tags.collection. And then finally, we're going to have some variables, and it's going to have the handle. Once we done this, this is going to be our response, right? Underneath, we are now going to return. We're going to return response.body. It's going to give us that data. And from here, it's going to have menu. And from there, I'm going to say items. And we can map through it, which will have item. Let's go ahead and add some. So item will have a title. type of string. It's going to have a URL, which is going to be type of string. It's going to return a title. It's going to be item.title. Let's put in the comma here, and then path is going to have item.url like that. Now the item.url will come in with other information, so we are just going to simply construct this to our needs. So I'm going to replace, so there will be in the URL there will be name called domain. We don't want that domain string, so we're going to change this one with this. Now this domain is actually going to be a variable, so the way Shopify Headless CMS is going to send the path or URL is going to attach the domain with it. And we're going to create the variable in a moment, and we're just going to strip that domain out of the URL and just change it with empty string. And then we are going to run another replace, and this time we're going to change the collections to with the search, because what we want to do is we want to send everything, like when you click on a menu, like say women's collection or man's collection button, when you click on this one, I don't want it to go to the collection URL path. We want to go with the search, and we're going to create a dynamic page called search. This is just for the way we want to handle this path in our next application, right? So, and then finally we're going to run another replace, and here we are going to change the pages. Now this is going to be you'll be able to create pages as well from Shopify menu. So if you have like an about me page or terms and conditions page, we are just going to have an empty string like that. Okay, now that's going to be our getMenu function. Let's go ahead and now just work on this menu type. We'll be creating this menu type. Now, in order to organize the code even better, what I'm going to do is inside our Shopify, create another file, and I'm going to say types. Now, this will have all the types that's needed to work for our Shopify logic. Here, let's go ahead and export a type and call menu, like so. And it's just going to simply have a title, which is going to be a string, and a path, which is going to be a string. That's our first exported menu. Let's go ahead and auto import. So this is good. Now let's go ahead and create this Shopify fetch function. Export async function. Just copy this. Going to be a type of. Now this is going to be a generic type, okay? And we're going to denote that with a T. As params, we'll have an object. It will need some option, which is going to be first cache, which is going to be equals to force cache. It's going to take some headers. It's going to take some query. It is going to take some tags, and finally it's going to take some variables. Let's now create its types. Cache, if there is optional. It's going to be request cache, like so. Then headers, we're going to make this optional as well. Now headers is going to be headers init. Type. Query has to be there, so it cannot be optional. And I'm going to say string. Tags, that's optional because some product will have tags, some product will not. And that's actually going to be an array of strings. So you're going to denote that by this. And finally, variables, again optional. And we're going to say extract variables. And this is also going to take the type of this generic type, this is going to have this one right here, extract variables based on the type. This doesn't exist, so don't worry, we're going to create one by one. And all this code, all this logic is specifically for Shopify Headless CMS, how to work with their GraphQL API. So you can go ahead and copy paste all this one if you want, but this is what it need for Shopify Fetch. What is going to return? It is going to return promise, and this promise now will have a type, an object. It's going to have a status, it's going to be a number, and it's going to have a body, it's going to be that dynamic generic type, or it's going to be never. And so here we're going to say a try catch. Inside this try catch, let's go ahead and create a variable called const result, and that's going to now, we are now going to just utilize our good old fetch. So inside this fetch, we're going to use our endpoint. Now this is the endpoint, the variable that will Shopify Headless will give us, or when we are going to push all this code to deploy in our Vercel, we'll have an endpoint. So we want to fetch that particular endpoint there. And it's going to fetch the first endpoint with some information. So what do we want to do first? We want to do a method. It is going to be a post method. And it's going to take some headers. And here is going to have content type, application JSON, X, Shopify, store, front, access token, and it's going to be key. So the headers you have to pass in, of course, you are saying that it should be an application JSON, and you should also pass the x-shopify. Let's put this here, x. This is going to come from our environment variables. And here any other headers, like so. All right, so that's our method, that's our headers. Now let's talk about the body. Body is going to be JSON dot, we're going to stringify this, and we're going to stringify query and query. And another one, we're going to spread over variables and variables. So if that's true, then variables. So just under the body, we are also going to mention the cache, and that's just going to be as is. And at the very end, if we have any tags, then we are going to say next. Just do tags here. So now you're going to say const body is equals to await result dot JSON. Now we can call JSON on that results from this, and let's just check for errors. If body dot errors, here, then what we want to do, we are going to throw body dot errors, the first one here, and if there is no error, then we're going to finally return status, and that's going to be result dot status and the body that it returned. Let's go ahead and catch some errors if there are any error. So I'm going to say if, we're basically going to check if the error that is catching is some type of Shopify error. So we have to create a function is Shopify error, which is going to check error code that Shopify already gave us. So we can compare if this is this or not, which is going to take the error code. If if Shopify error with the error. If that's true, then let's go ahead and throw this object. Let's go ahead and add a cause, error dot cause. If that exists, let's do this toString. Let's call this a toString function on this one. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. Let's do a status. Throw a status here. Let's go ahead and do error dot status. Okay, if that doesn't exist, then just say 500 because it's some sort of server error. And finally, let's just throw a message there. And that's just going to be coming from that error object, and just throw in the query as well. Okay, now this is going to be just if the error is some sort of Shopify error. If it's not a Shopify error, then we're just going to throw error. Let's just do this because it's the same name. We can do that. Error right here, and it's going to work. And the query. So this is our function, the Shopify fetch. Let's go back to our getMenu function. So we created our menu. Now this Shopify fetch will also have a type. Let's go ahead and create this type, Shopee. Let's go ahead and say Shopify menu operation. So let's go and copy this. I'm going to go back to the types, and here, let's go ahead and export this type. This is going to have a data. The data will have a menu. Menu will have an items, and the items will have title. String and URL will also be string. Underneath the data, we are also going to have variables. And it's just going to have the handle, and just going to be a type of string. So this is that. Let's go back to index now. Let's go ahead and import this type, and the error should go away. And let's go ahead and create this getMenu query type as well. And all the query related data, let's make this modular and create another folder. And we're going to call this folder queries. Inside the queries folder, I'm going to create a file, and that's going to be menu.ts file. So all the queries that we are creating are inside going to be this queries folder. Okay, so we have to create multiple queries, right? So for this getMenu query, let's go to that menu.ts, and here is just going to be simply a const variable. And this is going to be a GraphQL query. So the way I'm going to write this one, I'm going to say that this is actually going to be a GraphQL. Okay, and then you open up template string, and inside this template string, you're going to write your query. I'm going to call this getMenu. Is going to take handle. This is the variable, which is going to be type of string, but this string is actually going to be like not like Typescript. It's actually going to be SS capital. And now we're going to say it's going to give us menu, which will take the handle, which is this variable right here, and the menu will have items. Inside the items, we'll have title and URL. Let's go ahead and save this. Let's go back to our index.ts. Now let's go ahead and import this function from queries now. Good. Now let's go ahead and create these tags. Now these tags are going to be constants. So inside our lib folder, not inside the Shopify folder, but outside our Shopify folder in the lib folder, I'm going to go ahead and create another folder. Actually, let's go ahead and create a file, and we're going to call this constants.ts. So all the constants that we are going to utilize throughout our application is going to be inside this file. And let's go ahead and export const tags is equals to this. Now what's the tags going to have? Tags going to have collections, which is going to be collections, products, just going to have products, and cart, just going to have a cart. These are the tags, the const tags that Shopify understand. So here, let's go ahead and import this tag here. Let's go ahead and put this here, like so. And then if it doesn't return anything here, we're just going to return an empty array. Let's go ahead and add this domain right here real quick. This is going to be a variable, and we are going to copy this. Let's go to at the very top, just above Shopify fetch, we're going to say const domain, and this is actually going to go ahead and do process.env. We don't really have the process.env right here, what the information we need. So let's go to our env.local folder, and here we are going to create, let's call this Shopify _store _domain. Equals to, let's call this Next-cj-commerce. Let's do this. I don't need the HTTPS. Okay, next-commerce.cj.myshopify.com. That's the store domain. Now, if I go back here in index, now if I do process.env, you see that I do not get any auto-completion. All right, the best way to work with env variables in Next application is through this. Just beside env.local, I'm going to create another file. I'm going to call this env.ts. And the best way to verify and work with env variables, I'm going to also add npm install Zod. Zod is a fantastic library, works with TypeScript verification. So that's what we're going to utilize here. I'm going to import Z from Zod, like so. And then we're going to create a schema. So env schema is equals to Z dot object, and it's going to be a function. It's going to take. Now this is going to have all your variable name. Let me go ahead and copy paste the variables I would need. These are the variables I would need. Company name, Twitter creator, Twitter site, site name, Shopify revalidation secret, all this good stuff. So company name has to be z.string. And it's going to be a function. Let's go ahead and comma. This one is also going to be, so these are all going to be, let's do this, string type. Going to verify this, and here we're going to say env schema.parse. So if we pass anything other than string, it's going to throw an error, and at the end we are just going to say declare global. It's going to be an object. Let's say namespace, and that's going to be Node.js, and it's going to have an interface process interface process env should extends z dot infer. So it's going to infer from the Zod validation schema that we just created, and it's going to be type of env schema, like that. So we have to provide the env variables in a string type, and it's all good now. And if I go back to index, now let's go ahead and do process.env. Now you see we have all the variable auto completion. How sweet is that? So this is what we need. Shopify underscore store underscore domain. There you go. Okay, we can make this even much more stronger, like env local. Let's say I am not using the HTTPS here, but what if someone actually put the HTTPS? So instead of doing this, what we're gonna go ahead and do is add a function. So if this is true, ensure start with, and this is going to be process.env, and here is going to take two. The first one is going to take the Shopify store domain, and the next up is going to take that HTTPS slash. That's not true, then it's just simply going to return an empty string. Ensure start with in our utils.ts function. So function like that. It is going to take string to check. It's going to be a string type and starts with. Okay, first string to check, which is this domain, and then starts with, right? So here we're just going to simply do string to check dot. There is a function called starts with within JavaScript. We're going to invoke that function with the starts with argument from here, and if that's true, then just do return. Let's return this string to check. Otherwise, we're going to construct this one. So we're gonna simply say starts with, and then it's gonna be string to check. Okay, so in this thing, string to check, if we do not have HTTPS in our env variable, it's going to add that HTTPS here. Okay, so string to check. Let's do this. Okay, so let's go ahead and import this function. Let's go ahead and do this one is actually going to be headers because this is the type. And the first error, extract variables. So let's go ahead and create this type. Let's go ahead and do right here. So I'm going to say export. Actually, you don't even need to export this one. We can just say type. It's going to take that generic type, which will basically return this. It will be extends variables. It's going to be an object. And if that's true, then it's going to this variables. Otherwise, it's going to return never. So extract variables is going to take a generic type, which is going to extend the variable object type. That's true, then that's the object. Otherwise, it's going to just say never. So we have the extract, and then let's go ahead and add the endpoint that we want. What is the endpoint we want to hit? So Shopify Headless CMS has an endpoint. We are gonna say let's construct this. We're gonna say first of all we want our domain. Okay, we want our domain, and at the end of that domain we want. All right, so domain and then Shopify GraphQL API domain, API endpoint. So let's go to our constants, and here we're going to simply do export Shopify endpoint, and this is just going to be API 2024. In fact, let's go ahead and search for the Shopify endpoint. And this one is actually, let's go ahead and copy paste from Shopify information, which is going to be the /API/2024 7/GraphQL.json. Okay. Export this one, and now here let's go ahead, import this one like so. We also need the key is equals to the key will be the process.env dot, and that should come from the access token like so. So the access token we haven't added yet. We will get that access token from the Shopify. There you go, application /JSON. I think the Shopify fetch function is all good. There is Shopify error type. Let's go ahead and create that one. Okay, so this is Shopify error. We're going to create another file, and this is actually going to be inside our lib folder, and we're going to call this type guard. So we're going to say type-guards.ts, typeguards.ts file. So here we're going to say export. There you go. Shopify error. It is going to take an error, which is going to be unknown to begin with, and then it is going to return an error, which is Shopify error like is the type, and that type is simply going to be a type that we will create here. It's going to have a status, number, it's going to have a message, error, and it's going to have a cause, which will be, let's make this an interface and export this one. So what's going to return? So we're going to basically going to say if is object, if is object with the error, return false, right? And what is this is object? Let's go ahead and create that one as well. Export this as well. I don't know if I would ever need this one or not, but let's go ahead and export that. It is going to take the error. It's going to be again unknown, and this one is going to return an object, and this is going to be is record, type of record, which will be string and unknown. We're going to say return type of object is equals to, if it's object, then object not equal to null, and array.isArray is object. Let's see this. Just gonna get, so export function is object. If it's an object, this is object, it's going to be a type of record string and unknown. If the type of object is an object and object is not null, and this object is not an array, right? And now if we say if error instance of error, then return true. If neither of this true, then find error. Now this find error is another function. Let's go ahead and create that. Function find error. It's going to be a type of generic type, which will extend object, and it's going to take an error as, again, that generic type. It's going to return a boolean, and this is going to be if this is going to be just object.prototype, JavaScript object.prototype to string dot call. I'm going to call this with this error is equals to object error, then return true. Const prototype is equals to object dot get prototype of error as t, otherwise it's going to be null. Return, then we are going to eventually return prototype. If that's null, then we're going to return false. Otherwise, it's just going to call this find error function all over again with the prototype. Okay, so this is recursively going to check whether what type of object is this one. All right, so we are now can import this function, and that should do it. We have to figure out this map. Why? Because if I hover over, okay, so the map error here, if I hover over this one, it said property map does not have an exist title string because it's just going to happen. So you see that Shopify, so it's not an array, right? It can, if you see hover over items, it is just an object, right? It's not an array. Map can only invoke on an array. So Shopify menu operation, if I click on here, then you can see that menu items, it is not just an object. We have to provide that this is actually going to be an array, and thus the error is gone. Now let's go back to our nav here. Now we can import the getMenu function. There is no error right now. I am going to go ahead and console log the menu just to see if it's actually working. Let's go ahead, npm run dev, let's take a look. Here, localhost 3000. And right now it is not returning anything because we are not actually rendering this nav bar. So what I want to do here is going to go to app and then page.tsx. I'm going to delete this entire main here. I'm going to create a div. I'm going to have an h1. I'm going to say hello, like so. And inside here, I'm going to this index.t, this one right here. Let's just put this nav here, nav bar. Let's go ahead and like so. It's gonna be here. Okay. Now let's take a look at the terminal. There you go. Refresh this. There you go. Application error server-side exception has occurred, and this actually occurred because we have you see that code access denied. We did not provide the key. And let's see. Let's search for Headless. This is the app we installed previously, and here we want to do this one, the storefront here, storefront API. So once I'm going to click on manage, it's going to give me this public access token. I'm going to go ahead and copy this one. And in our env.local, I'm going to just simply have this. Okay, so I have added this the access token. So let's go ahead, and that should run it in here, localhost 3000. Let me reload this web page, and you see we have our nav and hello, and we are also getting our menu item. So we have the title, home, women's collection, and all correct, but our path is not yet correct, because we're still seeing collection. We want to see /search. And the reason for this one is because I'm going to go to env.local. Now you see here Shopify store domain. This domain is just going to have the domain name without any type of slash at the end. So that was the reason. So I'm going to go back, and you see already there is a change. So home now have a path which is just the slash. As you all know, this is going to be the home page. Women's collection now have a /search/ then women's collection. The reason we want search is because we are going to create a dynamic search page. Now let's go ahead and add a couple of more menu items to our Shopify online store. First thing we have to do is go to products, and in collections we have to create those collection manually. So we are going to create collection here. We are going to give it a name, man's collection. Let's go ahead and let me make this bigger so everything is good. Let me go ahead and save this. That's just going to save the collection itself, and then is going to allow me to browse the products that I want to add. So for man's collection, I'll go ahead and let's say this, just add a few more. I think that's good. Let's go and add these products. These are going to be specifically for man's collection. And I don't think I have to save or anything. I think this is created man collection. It's all good. It's going to be published. So as you can see here, man's collection. Let me go ahead and create one more, and this collection is going to be just sales. So I'm just going to say sales, and I'm going to just add some random products here which are going to be for sales, like so. Okay, and there you go, products updated. You can see at the bottom here, and now I can go to the online store and go to navigation, because now we have access to two collections that we just created. And here we're going to add menu items. The first one is going to be man's collection, like so. Let's go ahead and add the link. It's going to be inside our collection, and that's going to be man's collection. You can add extra tags like hats, blue, summer, or whatever. You can do it if you like. So let's just add that. Add another menu item, and we're going to call this sales. And here, same thing, go to collection and then pick this sales collection. I'm going to edit. Let's go ahead and save the menu as is, and then I'm going to edit this all. And I'm not sure for all, is it going to be collections, all collections, or collection, or products, all products. I'm going to choose, I'll let it work. There you go, all products. I'm going to choose all products for this one because I want the search page to bring up all the products that's available, not just specific collection, because you might have some products that doesn't belong to a specific collection. So for that, I'm just going to go ahead and apply change. Okay, so these are the menu item right now in the Shopify. So let's go ahead and save them. Before we jump into and actually see if it's actually working properly, so let's go ahead and save this and pull up our terminal. You can see we are still have our previous collection. So I'm going to go ahead and close the server and focus on building this navigation, okay? And then we can come back to check if we have our latest menu. I'm going to make this bigger so that you can see things better. And here right now we just have a nav element. So inside that nav element, I'm just going to add some of the Tailwind classes. So I'm going to say first flex. I'm going to say item center actually, and I'm going to say justify between. I'm going to have padding of 4 in large devices. I will have an horizontal padding, so X basically means left and right, horizontal, of 6, and that's it. Inside our nav elements, we are going to create a div. Let's give a div some class name here as well. We're going to make this a block element. We're going to say flex none on this one. And for medium devices, we are just going to say it's going to be hidden. Okay, now this is going to be for our mobile menu. So if the viewport or the device we are watching this, or customers watching this one, is a laptop or desktop, then this mobile menu will be hidden. Here I'm going to go ahead and put the mobile menu. Now this doesn't exist yet. So I'm just going to put this here. This is something I have to do. And underneath this div, let's go ahead and create another div. And in this div, we'll have some class name, and we're going to call this flex with full, and let's say items center for this. And here we're going to create another div. Let's add some class name. I'm going to say flex with full as well. And for medium device, we are going to say width, and it's actually going to be 1/3. Like so. We're going to add next link in here, and this link is actually going to be a component that will be basically our logo. So in the link, obviously we need an href where it needs to go. Here at this moment, I'm just going to say the logo should always point to the home page, the landing page. So just slash. It can add some, we can add some other attributes like prefetch. We can always say that, yeah, prefetch true. Always prefetch the logo first and then add some class name here as well. So I'm going to say margin R is margin right, and that's going to be 2. Let's go ahead and do 2. Let's do flex with full. Let's do item center. Let's do justify center as well. Let's do for medium devices with auto, and large devices. Let's do margin R-6, like so. Now this is the MD is actually, there shouldn't be any space, so that's good. Just underneath this logo here, we are going to create another div, like so, and this is just going to be a variable name called site_name. Okay. Now let's give this one class name ml2, which is basically margin left, and then for this we're going to say flex none, text, let's do small for this, font medium, and then we want to do uppercase, and for medium devices we want to do hidden, and large devices we actually want to see it, so we're gonna say block. Just underneath the link here we are going to add our menu, right? So menu, we already have our menu, let's see, from here. So the menu, and this is an array, as you saw in the terminal with the console log, we'll be able to map through it. And it's actually going to give us an item. And this item is going to be a type of menu. So let's go ahead and there you go. It's already imported, auto-imported. And then from here, we want to do a list item, like there. The first thing we want to do is the key. And the key is going to be, let's just do item.title, because we know that item.title is going to be unique for each menu item. So inside the list, now this is also going to be a link, because those menu items should go to a specific collection, man's collection or women's collection. So let's go ahead and add the link here. Now this href is going to be item.path. Let's put prefetch here as well. Let's just do true, like so. And then let's do some class name here. I'm going to say text gray, and we want to do text gray 700. We want to say underline offset 4. Let's do this, and then let's add some hover effect. Let's do just text black once hovered over. We want to also do hover underline, and let's go ahead and add some classes for our dark mode. So for this, let's just do text neutral, and the text neutral, let's do 400 here, and add another 400 here, add another dark property. Let me go all the way here, and this one I will just do hover text, and hover text neutral, let's do 300 on this one. So let's save this. Okay, and inside the link we are going to render the item dot title, like so. Okay, so what if there is no menu items right away? So let's cut this, and let's just first do a check whether menu item does exist. There is a length to the menu item, so we can actually do this. First check there is a menu item. If there is, then render something, otherwise render null, right? So we are basically checking that menu.length is more than 1. That's even more explicitly making this one a boolean, is that if the menu length is not 0, it's like more than 0, I can actually do more than 0 here, then render this. Okay, what you want to render, we want to render an UL, and inside the UL, this is what we are going to render. So inside the UL, then we're going to map through it. Okay, now this UL needs some class name. Let's just go ahead and do hidden and then gap 6, and then let's do text small here, and then medium device, let's do flex, and then medium device, let's do item center, like so. So right underneath this div, we're going to have another div, and this particular div will have some class name. We are going to also say hidden here. I'm going to say justify center. Medium devices, we're going to say flex. Medium devices, we're going to say width of 1/3, like so. Too many dashes. And inside this div, we are going to render our search component. And right underneath the search, we are going to create another div. And this div will basically have our cart. And let's go ahead and add some class name here as well. Medium is with 1/3. Okay, so that should do it. That should do it for our navigation. Now let's go ahead and create the dependent component here. So the first one we're going to create is the mobile menu. So inside our component, you see we also created a mobile menu file, modal-menu.tsx. Let's go ahead and create. All right, so here we are going to go ahead and create a function. And this is going to be mobile menu function, which will get menu as a prop, which is we're going to destructure here. And this menu is going to be menu types, like so. But here it's actually going to be an array, right? It's going to get an array of menu. So first, we are going to utilize some state here. We are going to utilize our use state, use effect, all that good stuff. But first, let's go ahead and return some JSX here. And we want to return a button. And this button, this is the one, and this is going to be for the mobile menu buttons, like the bar hamburger menu. So let's go ahead and create bars 3 icon, and this is actually going to come from, let's give it a class name first, which is going to be just height of 4. Now this bars 3 icon is actually going to come from hero icons. So let's go ahead and add this to our project. So I'm going to say npm install hero icons and hero icons / React. So let's go ahead and do that. They're different option. We want this one right here. So we want the one that has the React 24 outline. That's the one we need. All right, let's go ahead and put some class name onto the button here. And this button will also have a functionality. So once we click on the hamburger, that should open up a mobile menu. So we will have an on-click function here. So let's do that. On-click. It's gonna say, I'm gonna create a function. Open mobile menu. Let's put some ARIA label. Here, we're gonna say open mobile menu. Let's now add some class name here. We're gonna say flex height 11, width 11, and items center. We're gonna do justify center. We're gonna say rounded. Let's do rounded medium here. And then let's do add some border. Let's do border neutral. Let's do 200 here. And let's do text black, transition, colors, media device. Let's do hidden, medium device. Let's say hidden. And then for dark, let's do border neutral. Let's do 700, like so. And then let's just do, for dark mode, text should be white. So let's save this. Let's add a component that we're going to bring in from our Headless UI React component library that we installed. So this particular one is actually going to be transition. So as you can see here, transition Headless UI React, that's what we want. And this is going to be a wrapper. Now this is giving you all sort of errors, and that's because JSX need one parent element that it can return. So let's go ahead and do fragments here. That should be good. So this transition, you see that is coming from Headless UI React. It requires, okay, so for this transition, so if we go to the documentation here, headlessui.com/react/transition, you can see here there are some basic example. You bring in transition from Headless UI React, you will have an set open use state, and then you will have a button on click that's going to do this. So transition actually requires you to have like a show open, and then there's some classes here. We are actually going to do the same exact thing. So inside in the transition, we are going to have show, which will be a function, and we are going to call this isOpen. And inside the transition, we are also going to bring in another component that's coming from Headless UI, which is going to be a dialog. So the dialog component will take on close attribute, and here it's going to create another function, and that's just going to be close mobile menu, like so. Let's do some class name here. Like so. Let's do just relative, and it's not, so class name actually going to be string, relative, like that. and then Z50. Okay, so once you have the dialog, that's the dialog box going to pop up with the menu item, right? Once you click on the hamburger. That's the idea here. And inside our dialog, what do we want? Inside our dialog, we want transition.child, and that's it. And inside transition.child, we're gonna have a div, and this div is actually going to be self-closed div, so like so, and it's actually going to get class name, which is going to be fixed inset to 0. We're going to say bg background, which is going to be black, like over 30, and let's just do aria hidden, and that's going to be true. Okay, now this transition child, the first one, it's going to take the properties. So we're going to say as fragment is going to come from React, and then property called enter is going to have some Tailwind class name, which is going to be transition all is in out. Let's just do some duration, which is going to be 300. It's going to take another one, so it's going to be enter from, and it's going to have opacity 0 to, let's just do backdrop blur, like so. Let's save this. This is actually going to be from background blur will not be there. It's going to be none when it's actually coming. So opacity 0, and then we are going to be enter 2, like so, and then we're going to say opacity should be 100, and backdrop blur should be, just do a dynamic here, let's just do 0.5 pixel, like that. We are also going to take another one that's called leave. What's going to happen once you leave? Let's add some transition, and then just do transition all is in out, and then just do duration, which is going to be 200, and leave from, we're going to say opacity 100, backdrop, actually I'm going to go ahead and just copy this here, like so, and we are going to say leave 2, and that's going to be basically enter from, right? So just going to be the opposite of it. Save that, and we are going to have pretty much the same thing. Let's go ahead and copy paste it down, and we go ahead and copy the attributes from my reference here, so I don't have to type all over again. So it's going to be the same exact thing with a little bit of difference, as you can see here. The first line enter is going to remain same. The enter from is actually going to be translate X, so it's actually going to be coming from your like the horizontal left hand side minus 100% and enter at 0. So basically these are the properties that you have to define how you want your modal to come, right? And then inside this, going to delete this, inside this transition dot child, Now I'm going to have another dialog, and this is actually going to be dialog.panel, and there you go. And this dialog.panel will have some class name. And I'm just going to go ahead and copy paste this one and then just talk about it instead of like me typing all the types Tailwind classes. So it will have fixed, bottom 0, left 0. We can hover over this one, what's the class says, right 0, top 0. It will have flex, height full, width full, flex column, background white. It's going to have a padding bottom of 1.5 rem, and then a dark is going to have a background of black. So inside this dialog panel, we are going to have a div, and this will have a class name, and that's going to be just some padding. Inside the div, we're going to have a button here, and this button is basically going to be to close. So it's going to be X mark icon. Let's go ahead and do that. Bring it in from the hero icons. And let's go ahead, close this, and add some class name. It's going to be age, and it's actually going to be 6 this time. Okay, so let's go ahead, and I'm going to go in the button itself. I'm going to go copy some class name here as well, like that. You can see here for dark we have text white, and then margin bottom, flex, height 11, width 11, item center, justify center, all that good stuff. You can go ahead and write or copy this one from the repo as well. And this is something that design or CSS is always going to be subjective, right? What I'm putting right here might not be good enough for you. You might want to customize to your likings. So, but if you just want to copy paste what I'm doing, go ahead and do this from the repo that I'm going to share. All right, so inside the button, let's go to here. We will need a on click here. So, and this on click is going to have our close menu, close mobile menu. Let's just call this close mobile menu, like so. Let's do an ARIA label like this one. It's just going to say close mobile menu, like so. Underneath the button, we will have another div, some class name here, which is going to say margin bottom is going to be 4, and width is going to be full. And inside this div, we are going to have our search as well. And it doesn't exist as of right now, but we'll create it because we want to have the search also appear on the mobile menu as well. Okay, so underneath this particular div, we are going to now work on basically the mobile menu.length that we are talking about. So I'm going to go ahead and copy paste this one because it's going to be pretty similar logic that I showed you. So we are looking for the length. Let's just do like so. Looking for the length. If there's a length, we are doing an unordered list. We are giving some class name. Inside unordered list, then we are mapping through each menu item, which is going to be a menu type list. We are having a link, item path. On click, we're going to have a close mobile menu, and then item title. Okay, so it's a slightly little bit different, but same logic applies here. So, okay, so that closes the dialog.panel, and then transition.child. This is basically telling me that child is deprecated. I'm still going to use this option there. We're going to come back to it maybe one time and change it. But as of right now, it actually works. Okay, so it looks like the JSX itself is now created. Now let's go ahead and just create these functions. So here, the first I'm going to create is open a mobile menu. What it's going to do, so I'm going to say const open mobile menu. It's just going to be a function, and it's just going to be set is open to true. So open mobile menu is just going to change this use state that we're going to create. Set is open, and it's going to turn this one to true, right? So let's go ahead and create that state then. So we're going to say const, we're going to say is open, set is open is equals to use state, and that's going to be false to begin with. And if I click on open mobile menu, then it's just going to run this function that is called set is open, which is going to be true. All right, so close a mobile menu. Let's go ahead and create that one as well. So I'm going to say close mobile menu like that. And that's going to do exactly the same thing. So set is open, but it's just going to turn this into false. Okay, so open mobile menu, true. It's just changing a Boolean value. Those two functions are already good. This link right here, let's see if we can auto import from next link. That should get rid of that error. All right, I think we are good. The only thing remains is going to be the search. Before we create a search, remember that we are actually using useState function here. And for the useState, we would have to mark our component to useClient, because useState is a hook, React hook, and React hooks are client component only. So the way we do it in Next is very easy. Just add useClient at the very top. Okay. I believe we already have a Search.tsx file already inside our navbar. As you can see here, our index, our mobile menu, and then search. So we're going to create a function called export default function search like that. But first, let's go ahead and return some JSX. In this JSX, we're going to return a form like that. We don't need the action item here. So inside the form, we will need an input that is going to be type of text. Let's go ahead, add a key here. All right, let me show you how the search actually works in our demo product. So here, this is the demo version. Our latest version will look similar to this. So if I now put, let's say, cardigan, and if I search this, look at the URL. It does change with the params, right? So it has the search, and then question mark Q, the query, is equals to the search term that we searched. And with that search term, it's now going to go ahead and pull up from Shopify API the product that has the cardigan as category or as a, let's say, tag. Okay, so that's the whole point. So here we are actually going to go ahead and put this key as, and in order to do this, we would actually need search params. Let's go ahead and grab the search param from the URL. So we're going to say const search params is equals to use search params, which is going to come from next navigation like so, and we're going to invoke this function. Now every time we use a hook, we have to convert our component into an useClient function, because what the user is putting into their URL is only available on the client, not the server. So we're going to get the search params from here with this handy function that Next gives us from the Next navigation package. You don't have to download this one, it comes by default when you install Next. So use search params is the function name. So once we do this here in the key, we are going to go ahead and do search params and optional get. So it might have the query, it might not have the query, and if that's the case, then we want the queue query param from the URL, and that's going to be the key for this input. It is going to have a type of text. Let's go ahead and name this, and we're going to name this search. Let's go ahead and add a placeholder. We're going to say search for products, like so. We're going to say autocomplete off. It's up to you. You can turn this on if you want, but I'm going to put this off. Here we're going to say default value is going to be search params optional chaining get, and that's going to be queue, similar like that. Or it's going to be an empty string. Okay, so it might not be there, so if that's the case, then just empty string would be default value. Now I'm going to go ahead and add all the classes to make things pretty. I'm going to copy paste from my reference point here, no need to type all this. And just right underneath the input, we are going to have a div. Here I'm going to put the class name here, not much, so I can just write it absolute, position it. I'm going to say right to 0, top to 0, and then margin right, I'm going to say 3, and let's do flex, height, full, and then items, let's do center here. All right, so here we're going to say magnifying glass icon. Okay, so let's do this magnifying glass icon, which is going to come from our hero icons, and which needs a class name of, let's just do height of 4 this time. Okay, so that's just going to return our form from our search function. Okay, let's go ahead and create another function that's just going to be a search skeleton. So if our search for some reason takes a while, then we can return some JSX in turn instead of that. So I'm going to create export function search skeleton here, and this is going to return this, and we are going to return a form. We don't need the action. We need some input with, we don't even need the type text, but that's fine. We're going to say placeholder search for products. This is just the skeleton that we're going to show if it's still loading, right? So class name, let's do with max, and let's just do 550 pixel. And this number, arbitrary number, are just worked for me. So you can obviously make any type of change if you like. And then in the large devices, we're gonna say with 80. Extra large devices, we're gonna say with full, like so. I'm going to add a class name here with some classes. And just underneath the div, just underneath the input, we are going to go ahead and add this. And that's just going to show that the search didn't go away because we were fetching the data. Now let's go to this function, the search, our main function, and add an on submit function. Let's call this on submit, like so. I'm also going to add some class name to the form itself. Let's do with max 550 pixel, and then relative width full, large device we want width 80, and then XL device we want width full. Save. This onSubmit function does not exist, so let's go ahead and create this onSubmit function. So we're going to say function onSubmit, which is going to take an event, which is react.form event, which will be HTML form element, HTML form, and I think this is correct. Okay. All right, so that's just the type of this one right here. Let's prevent default here. I don't want this one to refresh the page. And let's go ahead, create a value, like const val variable, and let's just get the value from e.target as HTML form element, and let's do const search, another variable, and that's just going to be this value.search. We're going to search through the value, and that's going to be as HTML input element, and const new params is going to be new, and then we're going to construct this with the help of new URL search params, which is going to be a function that will basically take search params .toString. Okay, so we are creating three variables. We're basically taking the value from that input e.target. That's just a TypeScript, and then the search will be a value, and then we are invoking a search. And new params is just going to be the params. We are making sure that the params that we are actually getting from search params are here into this variable. So let's first check if search.value, if that exists, right? If search.value is a value, then we're going to say new params. Let's go ahead and set this. And we're going to set with the q params. So we need to set it, right? Search, remember search, question mark, q equals. So if there is a value coming out from the search, this input, which is going to be e.target, then we're just going to set our URL with search.value like so. Okay. If not, then new params, we need to delete this one because we don't want to keep this q forever. If I'm searching for this one, it is going to append. Otherwise, it's just going to delete it from there, right? So I'm just going to say delete q. Okay. And then what we want to do is we're going to say router.push, and this router is actually coming from so const router is actually going to be use router, which is going to be from navigation as well. Make sure that it is coming from navigation and not use router. This router that we want should be coming from navigation, and router.push now is a function. And here we're going to say create URL with this. We're going to construct this. So create URL, which is going to be a search as we're adding, and then here we're just going to add the new params. So you're constructing, so we're getting the information from the input and we're appending to the URL, and then we are reconstructing the entire URL with the /search and everything. So create URL is a function that we need to create. And let's go ahead and copy this and go to our utils tab and create this function. Okay, so it's going to take path name, which is going to be string. It's going to take params, which is going to be URL search params, or it's going to be read-only search params, like so. And that's coming from Next Navigation. And here we're going to say const params string is equals to params.toString. Let's go ahead and convert this into a string. Const query string is, now we are going to construct this with our template string. We are going to say params string dot length. If it's true, if there's a length to it, then add a question mark already, and then if like so, otherwise just an empty string. And then after this, add param string like that. Okay, so the query string, there's too many R's right there. Query string is going to be params.string.length. If there's a length to the params, if there's something that add the question mark, and then add the param string, otherwise just add empty string right there. And then obviously we are going to return another template string right here. We are going to say path name, and it's going to have query string like that. So return path name and query string. So let's go back to our search here. Let's see, we are, oh, this is forgot to add the type here. So starts with also going to be a string. So here in the create URL, let's bring this function and save this. And I think that's all I have to do inside our search. So let's go back to mobile menu. Let's bring the search here. Let's do here. Okay, let's bring it here. And then inside our index dot, so let's go ahead and bring in mobile menu. Logo and site name we will be creating, but I think we need to bring in our search, and the cart model we still need to build out. It's actually saying that we definitely need to give some property. That's why the error. What will it require? It actually require a menu, and we will give this menu as the menu right like that. Okay. For the logo, I am thinking that I will build this logo inside our component. Let's go ahead and create a folder called icons. And inside the icon, let's go ahead and create a file called logo.tsx, like so. And export. Shouldn't get any props, and then just simply going to return image that is going to come from next image. It is self closing tag. It is going to need a source, and this source, every image or assets needs to be put into the public folder on the left hand side, as you can see here. So we have our source, and then we have our public folder. So if I click on the public folder, you have your next.svg, your versal.svg. These are some default SVGs that's coming with the next application when you install them. So this logo I'll be installing and putting inside the public folder. And the way you connected is just / That's Next automatically knows that this root folder is going to look in the public folder. So logo.png, now this file doesn't exist. I am going to bring this file in and put this into public in a moment. So let's just go ahead and put an alt outside, of course. And this one is going to be template string, because we can utilize a variable, and that's going to be process.env dot should have variable site name like that, and image that is coming from next image also needs specific width and height specified. That's how it optimizes things. So we're going to add this. There you go, that's our logo.png. I put this into our public folder, and that should do it. Let's go back to our logo here and just bring this. And then the site name, we can directly put the site name here, process.env dot site name like that. And then the one thing that is remaining is going to be our cart model. So I'm going to go ahead and comment this out, and I'm going to run the application and see how it looks. There you go. You can see that we now have a nice little menu navigation up top. We have our search, we have home, women's, collection, all. It doesn't look like our collections are all coming in, so I'm going to go ahead and check here. It looks like that's good, and I'm going to delete the cache folder, which is basically it's cached inside our next directory. You don't see it anymore because I just deleted it. And then I'm going to go ahead and run the application one more time. That would build it with the new information. Perfect. Now you see that we have our navigation menu. Now it looks a little out of place right now because these are like it's taking two places because these are long text. So maybe we are going to go ahead and change women's collection instead of man's collection. Let's just say women or man. Let's just go ahead and do that here. So the menu collection, we need to basically say women and apply changes. And then in man's collection, we just have to say man and apply changes. This is just going to be for the menu navigation itself, right? So now that is that, so it should now change, but I'm going to go ahead and give it a little bit of time, run that, delete the next folder again, and then in a couple of seconds, I'm going to come back and run this application again and see if this looks good. Okay, so we got our navigation here with our search and without the cart. Let's take a look at, oh, the logo is really small here, so we need to fix that. But I want to check out the mobile version. As you can see here, we have the logo here. We also have the store name. I'm probably going to delete the store name and just keep the logo. But take a look at the menu here. So it's a hamburger. If I click, the menu opens up. We have the search. We have all the collection here. So it's working good. Let's go ahead and I'm currently using PNG logo. Let's go ahead and change this to SVG, and I actually have a separate logo than just this random name here. So what I want to do is I want to go to this NavBar here, and as you can see here, we are actually importing the logo, and this logo is coming from here. what I'm going to do is, instead of this image, I'm going to paste in the SVG version of our new logo. I'm going to change this one to, let's say, icon, logo icon. And here it's actually going to take some props. And we're going to say it's going to take React.component props. Let me make this bigger. Which is going to be type of SVG, like that. And we're going to create another folder here inside our component. We're going to create another folder. I'm going to call this logo square. We want the logo to be sitting inside a square, right? So logo square.tsx. Here, let's go ahead, create a function. And this is going to be just, let's just go call it logo square. And this one is going to take a size prop, which is going to be size. Now this is going to be an optional prop. We can pass in a prop of size to change the size of the logo itself, which we'll see it's either going to be small or it's going to be undefined. That's going to be our type. And it's just going to simply return a div. And this div will have some class name. Now this particular class name will actually going to return a CLSX package that we installed. Did we install the CLSX package? We probably did not install this one. So let's go ahead and install this package. I'm gonna, okay, npm install CLSX. This allows us to march, depending on a condition, march to class name string. So here we're gonna just say CLS inside the thing, CLSX, and it's a function. Let's go and import this one. So import CLSX from CLSX. It's a function that actually takes the first argument. It takes default string, default classes, right? Tailwind. So I'm going to go ahead and paste in some Tailwind class here from my reference. So that's the first argument it takes. And the second argument, it takes an object. Now this object is going to be a key value pair. The key is going to be the class that we want to implement based on a condition. So we're going to say, okay, for this classes, height 40 pixel, width 40 pixel, and rounded -XL. If the value, like if there is no size given, okay, that's the condition. So key is going to be the class names, and the value it's going to be a boolean, whether it's true or false. This is going to be added to the default class based on the boolean value here. And another one I want to add, this is, let's go ahead and copy this one as well, save this. So this one is height 30 pixel and width 30 pixel with rounded large instead of XL if the size is equals to SM, which is basically small. That's going to be the div. And then here, we're just going to simply go ahead and get the logo icon here. Let's see this logo icon that I changed, function logo icon instead of logo, because this is just going to be an icon now. Now this one, I'm going to go ahead and import it here. And let's go ahead and give this one some class name. And we'll do the same CLSX, which is going to be a function. Now this time is just going to have that conditional object, no default classes. So I can pass in just one argument as well. Now this argument is going to be pretty simple. Let me go ahead and copy paste here. save it. So this class is based on the size. If there is no size given, then it's going to have a 16 pixel. And with 16 pixel, if there is a small size given, then it's going to be 10 pixel and 10 pixel. Okay, so now we have this logo square that actually bringing the logo icon here and then rendering this one. So if I go to our navigation, instead of logo here, we're just going to go ahead and do logo square. Let's save this and let's go ahead and delete this one and take a look. There you go. This is our new logo. So I just put like CJ for coding jutsu. I think our server is not running. So let me go ahead and run that server. So there is our logo, CJ with the square around it. Okay, so this is good. Now, one thing you might notice that cells is cut off and also the store name. Like if I make it bigger, you see that store name is still here. So I'm going to go ahead and delete the store name for here. Let's just go ahead and comment this out. It's up to you if you want to keep it or not. Let's go ahead and take a look how it looks like in the mobile device and just our logo here and everything is good. We are still having a problem, so let's go ahead and inspect this. So you see that in like iPad or tablet version, our menus are actually getting cut off by the search. So in a mobile, that's good. And obviously in a desktop version, it's going to be good. But the problem remains on a tablet. So let's go ahead and fix that. So you see that we have on the left hand side, we have our logo, and then we have our menu, and then we have our search, and it actually have some classes here, and then we'll have a cart model. We don't have a cart model yet, so I'm going to keep this as is right now. Once we have our cart, I think that will then we will go ahead and fix the entire layout. All right, so let's go and build out our footer. But before we do that, I want to delete this global CSS that comes with Next application. And so let's go to global CSS here. And I'm going to put the global CSS that we need here, right? So I'm going to copy paste it here and save it. And now we don't have that styles anymore. So in order for us to create the footer, same logic applies here as well. We are going to utilize the getMenu function that we get this menu from up top navigation, and we'll just create our footer. If we go back to our Shopify instance in our store, here, if I make it bigger, you see that we just need to Next.js frontend menu. We just need to create another menu that will have basically just for footer. In order to do this, let's go back to our pages, because our footer will basically have an about page, privacy page, and a contact us page, as well as maybe a link to the home as well. So if I click on pages, Shopify Store automatically, like by default, gives you these three pages already, right? You can go ahead and create more pages. Like if you do add page, click here. You can put in the title. You can put any type of content in just a Word doc editor. And once you save this one, it's going to go ahead and publish this one, right? But the default page is just going to work for us. We have the about, we have our privacy policy page, and we have our contact page. Inside our navigation, go ahead and add our menu. And I'm going to say Next.js footer menu. Let's call that Next.js footer menu. We're going to save this and add menu item. Here we're going to say about us. The link would be, now here we're going to go to the pages and let's go add saved about. Let's go ahead and add, let's do privacy here. And let's put this into pages. There you go. Let's add another one. contact us. And let's go ahead and save the menu right here. That should publish it. Inside the layout, because footer is also going to nest in our layout and is going to remain constant for every page, doesn't matter which page I'm visiting. So inside our layout, I'm going to create a new file, Footer.tsx. All right, it's not going to get any props. Let's return a footer element. Let's return some class name here. Let's go ahead and give this a class name. We're going to now give some link, like get the link from our footer menu. Let's go ahead and const. Should I call this menu or should I call this pages? Let's call this pages is equals to, we are going to get this menu here, or maybe just keep it consistent and call this menu, and get menu. We're going to provide the, and let's import this like so. I want to see what do I get back here, right? So, and I think I do have, I don't need this anymore, so I'm going to delete this console log from the navbar. I just want to see the console log, so this is going to be, I can also make sure that it has, so I can easily check. This is going to be the footer menu, and let's go ahead to our layout, actually, layout.tsx. See here, what did we do? So in the app, in the page.tsx, we actually put the navbar inside our page.tsx, and we don't want that. Let's save this. Okay, we just want to it return to just hello for right now, but layout will have the navbar. So just before our children, we are going to get the navbar, which is going to be this one. And just underneath the children, we're going to have the footer. Okay, so we got the navbar, children, and footer. And one thing we have to do here, we are console logging this one, but this getMenu has to be awaited, right? Await this, and let's go ahead and make this function an async function. So save this. Now, if we go to the terminal, you can see that we are actually getting about us, the title, and the path, which is good. What we want to do inside our navigation here, we are going to do pretty much the same thing that we did. So let's go ahead and copy this piece of code and just put it right here. So menu.length, if there is a length. Let's go ahead and grab the menu here. Let's go ahead, grab the link here as well, and save it. Let's just see how it looks like. There you go. So we do have our about us, our privacy, and our contact us footer. Now, one thing you're noticing that because we don't have a body section, this one is actually kind of like squeezed to the top. We're going to fix this later when we have something to show up in our page, but our footer is currently working. Great. So let's go get out of here and let's work on the page.tsx itself. Now here, I want to, again, copy paste some of the JSX here. There's nothing to it. It's basically some basically HTML. So I'm going to go ahead and grab like so. Now let's go here. So as you can see, we have a main tag. I want to go ahead and check out in the layout.tsx. Okay, children is good. So here we have a main element. We have a class name flex1. We have a section class name with full padding top. And here we have, so we have 3 sections right here. So this is one section, that's going to be the first. So before we do anything, let us first get the link. And in this HTML or JSX, we do have some pictures that we need to put this into our public folder. As you can see here, we have a banner.png. So let's go ahead and get all the public images and put this here. All this and put this here in the public. So we have a banner.png. We have a kids collection. This is our previous logo. We have man's collection. Okay, all this good stuff. So let's see here. This is actually giving us an error because we are not utilizing the image, that image component from Next.js. I think that's fine. Take a look at this one. So this is what it looks like right now. Discover the latest. So this is our first section. This is the image, and then we have our trending now. If I hover over this, there's a nice little hover section, sales collection, kids collection, and we have our footer. And the footer is nice and at the bottom, about us, privacy, contact us. Okay, if you click here, it should go to separate pages. Now let's take a look what we actually did. So let's put this side by side. So the first section here, we are putting this width full. We are putting top and bottom. There is some padding we're adding. So medium device is going to be 24. Large device is going to be 32. And then in the div, and then discover the latest fashion trends. We are utilizing a grid here. And then we have women, shop men, shop kids. Now we don't really have especially kids collection. So I'm going to just say shop sales, save it. That's going to be there. And the buttons all are nice here. Let me show you what it looks like in terms of like mobile device. This looks like that. So we have our menu, our logo, and take a look at this. All right, fantastic. So what we need to create is like, if I click on shop women, that should go to the search/collection. All right, so that's what I want to do right now. So shop women is going to go to the search collection. We already have this women collection. So if I click on here, see that it actually goes to search women's collection. Let's go ahead and copy this and put this into here, like so. So if you click on shop women right now, it should go to the search women collection. We also have women's collection. This one is also should go there. So we're gonna go to that, new arrivals, trending now. So here, we're actually going to do, the link would be like that. And is there anywhere else? No. And then we're gonna go to the man's collection. It's basically going to be, and this is just gonna be man's collection like so. Let's just double check. If I click on man, yeah, man's dash collection. And then the last one would be sales, which is gonna be sales. We could create a kids collection at some point, but right now we don't have any. So let's go ahead and just go ahead and make this sales. Save that. Now, since we have this link to these different pages, if I go ahead and click on home, it's going to go to the main page. Let's go ahead and create kind of like the category page. So if I click on the shop women, it should show us inside the search and all the category page. So to do that, what we want to do is we want to create a page inside our app directory, new folder. We're going to call this search, because all the collection is actually going to go to our /search page. So inside this, let's go ahead and create a new file. I'm going to call this page.tsx. And here, let's do Let's make this like so. And page could not be found, but if I get rid of this, just go to /search, you see that we do have this page now coming up. So this is how it's very easy to create new pages. Let me close this public. Inside your app directory, you just create a folder that would be mapped towards the route, and then page.tsx is kind of like your index page right there. So inside here, let's call this search page instead of just page. Okay, function search page. It is going to take search params, which is going to be if search params is there, it's going to be first, let's see, it's going to have a key, which will be a string, or a string array, or is going to be undefined. Save. Okay. So for this, search params might or might not exist, but if it does exist, then it will be it will have an array of key. Either it's going to be a string or a string of array or undefined. Open up some fragment, and here, if you remember, when we create the search field, we want to grab the search value, the search term from the URL that we pushed into there. So we're going to say if search value, if that exists, we want to return something, otherwise we want to return null. Okay, what do we want to return? P tag. Let's add some class name to this P tag. I'm going to say just margin bottom 4. And here we are going to now do, we're going to look into the product itself. So once we go to a search page, that should, so this is what I'm trying to do here right now. So if you go to our navigation, and if you do look at the Next.js frontend, this is the all, right? That's what we are trying to do, is when you go to the search, /search, it should pull up all the products. So we're gonna see products. If products.length is 0 and product doesn't exist, we're gonna bring this in. First, we're gonna check if there's a search value, if that's true, and then we're gonna inside the search value, if that's true, then we're gonna check whether there is any products for that one. So products.length, if that is equals to 0, then we are going to basically say there are no products that match. Okay. Else, we're gonna say showing, and here we're just gonna say products length. All right, showing how many products we have, and then we're gonna do another variable here, results text 4. Okay. All right. Then we're gonna say span, and we basically want to gonna add, and we're just gonna do search value like that. Okay. So this is if we do not have any products.length. Okay. If product length is equal to 0, then there is no product, then showing this one. And we are going to do another JavaScript check. If we say products products.length is more than 0. If that's true, then again, render something, which is going to be, we're going to get this grid, and this is grid is going to be a component that we'll create like so. And here we're going to render another component called product grid items. We want to show our products in a grid, right? So product grid items, which will obviously going to take the products as a prop. Okay, let's save this. All right. So just look at the structure of this one. So we definitely need the search value. That is, somebody searched it or they are on the search page. If we look at if there's a search value, then we will return this. We're definitely going to check out the product. So we need the product list, how many products that matches that search value, if that search value exists. If not, then just give us all products. And then we're going to, if those products our length is more than 0, that means more than 1 or 2 products there or many products there, then we will show this in a grid component. So the first thing I want to do here is right before the return, I want to create the products, const products, and this is going to be get products. We're going to fetch the products from our Shopify instance. So let's just create get products function, and this is actually going to take sort key. We're going to say reverse, and we are going to get the query, which is going to be the search value, right? So products, get products we need, and to make sure that we are await this one, and let's go ahead and make this one export async function like so. So await get products with the sort key. So what are the sort key and what are the reverse? So let's go ahead, const, let's do sort key and reverse, and let's do sorting dot, I'm gonna find, and it's going to give us obviously an item, dot slug is equal to sort, otherwise default sort. Okay. Now let's go ahead and create this sort. What do we mean by sort? So it's going to have this sort, and let's say Q is going to be a search value, and we are going to get that from search params as this key. It's going to be a string. It's going to be a string. Like so. So we are getting this sort, destructuring this one, and a Q as a search value from the search params, right? Which is going to be a string and string. And then we are getting this sorting. Now this sorting and this default sort are going to be in our constant. So let's go to our constant, and here let's go ahead and create those two things. The first thing we're going to say is sorting, and that's gonna let's just go ahead and create sort filter item, and that's just going to be the type that we have to create. Sorting will be an array. We'll take default sort, and then it's just going to have this. I'm going to go ahead and paste in some objects here. So the sort will have like a trending, and it will have a slug trending dash created reverses will be false. Like latest arrivals, reverse will be true because you want to add the latest at the top. Price low to high, high low to high. So these are the things that you see as an option on the left hand side when you go to search and the category page. You have this type of sorting availability, right? Because you want to sort by trending. This is just going to be a type. So let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and do just that. Sort filter item. And it's going to be title. It's going to be a string. And it's going to have a slug. It's going to be a string as well, but it also can be null. And sort key is going to have that. Now sort key would be this, only this string, right? So it either going to be relevance, best selling, created at, or the price. And we're going to say reverse is going to be a boolean, like so. Let's go ahead and basically put this here. And let's go ahead and create another const, which is going to be this default sort we want. And default sort is also going to be this type. It's going to be an object. We'll have this information as an object. It will have a title, relevance, slug, null, sort, key, relevance, reverse, false. Okay, these are the two constants that we have to create for this. Now inside here, let's go ahead and get this and get this as well. Let's results text. Let's just create this one as real quick here. It's just going to be based on products, products.length. If that's more than 1, it's basically going to say results, or it's going to say result, right? Okay, so that's good. Let's go ahead and create this getProduct function. And we are going to get products function. We are going to create this inside our Shopify folder, which have an index.ts. And here we're just going to simply create our function getProduct. So export async function. I'm going to say getProduct like that. And yes, we are going to get some params. Destructure this one. We are going to get query. We are going to get reverse, and we are going to get the sort key. These are all needed to fetch the products from Shopify Headless CMS. So that's why we are doing this one, right? We want to say the query might exist. It's going to be a string. Reverse is optional, is going to be boolean, and it's not a comma, by the way. It's going to be this. See, okay. And then finally we'll have our sort key, which is again going to be optional, and it's going to be string. What it's going to return is obviously a promise, which will be type of product and an array. Okay, let's go ahead and build this type of product real quick. So we're gonna go to our types, and here our product type. Let's go ahead and say it's type. We're gonna omit first Shopify product, and we're going to say variance and images. Okay, and then we're going to say variance is going to be the product variant. Product variant, it's going to be an array. We create this type, and images is going to be an image array, like so. Export type is Shopify product type. Now Shopify product type have this type. There's a lot, so let me go ahead and copy paste. So it will have an ID that's type of string. It will have a handle that's type of string. Handle is basically the identification in terms of where you put in the URL. Available for sell, it should be true or false. These are all what Shopify wants. It needs a title, it needs a description, string type, description HTML, string type. Option is going to have product options. We're going to create this type, and then price range is going to have max variant price, money, we're going to create that, and then variance, we're going to have a connection product variant. Featured images, SEO is going to be SEO, tag string updated is going to be a string as well. So the first here, we're going to create the product option. This is going to be a product option, which will basically have string and name and values. It's going to be an array of strings. And let's do export money type. It's going to have a title of string and path of string as well. We want to create this type of connection. It's going to be a generic type. Edges, it's going to give us some edges. It's going to be an edge type with that generic type. So, and the edge with the type is going to be a node of that type. Now, one last thing is going to be product variant. It's not last thing, but this is what we need now. Let's create this type of product variant, and it's just going to have some information. So we'll have ID. For the product variant, we will have a title, available for sell, select options, name, value, all that good stuff. With the price is going to be type of money, and we are adding the array here. Let's create the type of image we want. Let's go ahead and copy paste this one real quick. It's not. So type of image is going to be, image is going to have an URL string, alt text string, width and height is going to be a number. And finally, we are going to have an SEO type, and this is just going to have the title of string. This is needed because we want to make things searchable. All we need is a title of that product and then description so that it can be showed in the Google search. There you go. We have all the types. So this is just the product is going to omit the Shopify types of product, which is this one right here. The variants and images. Variants would be product.variant. Images would be image. So let's go here. We are going to now return something. We want to check whether the product actually came. There you go. The product did came from the types. Let's go ahead and return something. So const response is going to be await, and we are going to utilize our Shopify fetch function, which will have our Shopify So previously we used Shopify menu operation. This time we are actually going to utilize Shopify products operation. So Shopify products operation, let's go ahead and create that. Like so, we're going to have data, products, it's going to be connection, to Shopify product, and then we will have variables. That's going to have query, type of string, reverse is going to be obviously Boolean. This is actually not comma, but it's just a type. And obviously sort key is going to be string, like so. If we go back here, now we can get this. And what do we want to do? We want to pass in the query, get product query. It's pretty much the same thing that we did with our get menus. If you take a look, if we go up, you see that we have the query, get menu query, tags, variables, all that good stuff. We're going to do this exact same thing. Now we're going to create get product query as well. And tags, let's say products, and then variables, I'm going to say query. It's going to be query, reverse is going to be reverse, and then sort key is going to be sort key. Get product query, and we want to do this with inside here, new file, products.ts. Let's actually call this product.ts. Okay. This is going to be, in fact, I'm going to go to that menu query, and I'm going to go ahead and copy paste it here. And we don't want we want this one. So go to product.ts. And then this is what we want, right? So query, this is going to be get menu. We are going to say get products, like so. We are going to, do we need the handle? We don't need the handle. So sort key is going to be product sort key. Now this is the GraphQL stuff that I'm writing on right now to bring this information from our Shopify. It's just a variable, just going to be part of string. Make sure that this string here in the GraphQL fetch is a capital S. And then here, we're going to say products. We're going to have sort key. It's going to be sort key and comma. Reverse is going to be reverse, and query is going to be query. And then we have to mention like how many products do we want to get, right? We might have like 1 million products in a store, right? So we have to make sure that we specify that. Give me the first 100 as of right now. Okay, so inside this, when we get the products, this time it's actually going to be edges, right? And from the edges, we are going to go ahead and do node. And this time inside the node, we'll have our products product fragment. Okay, so inside our products, we're going to have an edges. Inside edges, we will have a node, and then this is going to be the fragment product. Once we use this ... product, we have to, these are a fragment, we have to provide the fragment, and this is going to be at the end as a variable. We're going to say product fragment, like that. Inside our Shopify folder again, we're going to create another folder. I'm going to say fragments, and inside the fragments folder, we're going to create a file, and that's just going to be for our product.ts. So let's go ahead and create that fragment. We're going to say const product fragment is equals to, and we're going to say fragment for product on product, and this are the information that it needs. I'm going to go ahead and copy paste this. All right, so you see that fragment product on product, we would need ID, we would need the handle, we need available for sale, title, description on HTML, options, we need the price range, variance. Here we are utilizing this fragment as well, which is the image fragment, and here we are using image fragment and the SEO fragment. So as you already know, we have to now provide this image fragment and SEO fragment as variables at the end. Save this, and image and SEO fragment is going to come from, let's create another fragment file here, new file, and let's call this image.ts. And here, I'm just going to simply paste in this one just to make things organized. The image fragment will have fragment image on image, which will have URL, alt text, width, and height. Let's go ahead in the product, get this, and SEO fragment. We are going to do the same exact thing. We're going to create another file. Just going to call this seo.ts. And here we are going to paste in SEO fragment, which will have description and title. So we need to import here like that. Okay, now let's go ahead. We do need to export this. That's why it wasn't allowing me to bring in this. Now we can export and import. Okay, there is no errors. Fragments are good. Get rid of all this. And let's get the get product queries, tags.products. Let's go ahead and just verify. You see that tags products is products. All right, now we are good with the fetch. Now let's go ahead and return, and we're going to return a function, reshape products. We have to create a function that is just going to reshape the products that we are bringing back from the Shopify so that we can easily use in our next application. So we're going to create a function called reshape products, and it's going to have remove edges and nodes, and it's just going to have our res.body.data.products. Okay, so once we get this response back, then we would pass it through this particular function, remove edges and nodes. So let's go ahead and first create remove edges and nodes first, right underneath the Shopify fetch. So I'm going to go ahead and just underneath the Shopify fetch function, remove edges and nodes. Now this will have a type of generic type. It will take an array, and it will be connection. Let's bring it from our types that we created earlier, and it is going to return an array with that type. And it's going to return array.edges.map. It's going to give us one edge, which will be edge if it has node like that. Okay, it's going to take an array. That's going to be type of connection, which is generic type, and it's just basically going to look for the edges and then map through it and then return edge.node. This function right here, let's go ahead and create this reshape products. So I'm going to go the same thing just underneath this function, reshape products. All right, so reshape products will get products, and that's going to be Shopify product, type of Shopify product, which is going to be an array. And it's just going to be first shape. Let's go ahead and create reshaped products, an empty array. And here we're going to say for const product of products. Let's loop through each product. If there is a product, then const reshape products is equal to reshape product. This is a new function with the product. Okay, and I'm going to say if reshape product then we're going to say reshape products dot push reshape product, and then we're going to simply return reshape products. So reshape product is a new function. So you're going to say if that's a product, then we're going to create this reshape products with the reshape. It's actually going to be, we're going to create a reshape product as a single product with this function. Okay, and then if there's a reshape product, then we're just going to push this new reshape product into this one. So let's go ahead and create function reshape product. And obviously it's going to take product, is going to be type of Shopify product, and it's going to take filter. Actually, it's just going to take this Shopify product because we don't really have any hidden products. If we did have any hidden products, this is going to look for that. We can actually create the function just in case you have any products that you want to hide from the search itself. So we're going to say hidden products, which is going to be Boolean. And you can change this to true or false. We're going to go ahead and just put this as true as of right now. And we're going to say here if there is no product or filter hidden products is true, then product.tags.includes. Now this is the tag. If you want to make any product hidden from the search, you just have to add this tag. Now this is the tag we chosen. You can choose whatever tag you want. So it's just going to be hidden product underscore tag, right? Hidden product underscore tag. It doesn't exist yet. We are going to create that. If that's the case, then return undefined. And here we're going to say const images, we can say variants, and rest is give me from the product, like so. We're going to return an object which will have rest and images, and this images is going to be reshape images. So we're going to create a new function to reshape images as well, because so we want to make sure that we can use it into our next application. So reshape images, which will take images and product title, and I'm going to say variants, remove with variants, like so. This is actually going to be images. Okay. Now hidden product tag, let's go ahead and first create this. So it's just going to be inside our constants, like so. Hidden product tag Next.js dash frontend hidden. You can do whatever you like. So let's bring this in, and let's go ahead and create this reshape images function now. Okay, reshape images will obviously get the images, which is going to be the type of connection, and this is going to be type of image. There you go, image is actually coming from types, that's good. Just wanted to make sure that it doesn't come from Next. And is going to take product title, which is going to be string type. Const, let's just create a flattened array. So flattened, remove edges and nodes, images, it's good, and it's going to now return map through that array, and first of all we're going to get the file name is equals to image.url.match, and we are just going to write a nice little regex here, and we're going to take first one. So we're just going to take the file name from the URL, and we're just going to take, instead of like an extension or anything, just the file name itself. So return, we will be returning the image, and all text. It's going to have image.allText, or it's going to, let's just construct. It doesn't have an all text, then we're just going to construct this one by saying product title dash file name. Save this. We have to make sure that this is this, like that. Okay, and there you go. All right, so I think we are good. Okay, so we have our getProducts function ready. All right, so let's go to our page.tsx here and import this function. Save this. Let's go and create this grid here. I am going to close this tree, and inside the component, we're going to create a new folder, and we're just going to call this grid. Inside the grid, let's go and create index.ts. Actually, it's going to be index.tsx. Okay. We are going to import CLSX from there because we would need that. And let's create this function. Yeah, export default function. Let's call this grid. This grid will have some props. That will be React dot component props, like that, which would be type of unordered list. It's going to return an unordered list with props.children, and let's go ahead and create, if any props remaining, spread this out with the class name. Let's open this, use the CLSX function. The default are going to be grid flow row, and gap of 4. And any classes that we can provide. Okay, create another function. I'm going to call this grid item. It's going to take same thing as props. Component props. Now this time is going to take a list item. It's going to return list property with the props, class name, do aspect square. Let's do transition opacity. These are default. And props class name. Inside the list, we'll have props.children, like that. Let's say grid.item is equals to grid item. Yeah, and that should do it. We are going to go to the page.tsx. Now let's go ahead and import this. And the last thing we want to do is the product grade items. And this product grade items, let's go ahead and create this one into our layout component. So inside our layout, let's go ahead and create a new file. We're just going to call this one product grid item.tsx. Product grid items function. It's going to take products as a prop, and it will be, it's required, which will be product type, but it's going to have an array. It's going to return fragment here. And here what we want to do is this products, we're going to map through it, which will give us single product. Let's just put parentheses so I don't have to explicitly return this. And here we're going to say grid dot item. Inside the grid, let's go ahead and make this uppercase. So it would be uppercase like so. Let's just do the key prop. Product.handle should be key. Class name would be animate fade in. We have this that we created at the beginning. Inside here, we're gonna have our next link. And our link will need, first thing is href. We wanna do product slash product.handle. Okay, that should go to a specific product page. We want to add some class name to this one. We're going to say relative. We're going to say inline block. We're going to say age full and width full, like so. And let's just do prefetch true here. All right, so here we want to do grid tile item, tile image actually. Grid tile image, self-closing tag. And this grid tile image, we will be creating this into our grid component. So let's go ahead and create a new file. Call this file tile.tsx. And here let's export function grid tile image. So let's do this. Good. Okay, now let's go ahead and create this. So what does it need? So let's destructure is interactive. We're gonna first say this is true, is interactive. A prop will, if it's active, and label and any other props. And here we're gonna say is interactive. Let's do, it's gonna be, and might exist, might not. It's gonna be Boolean. Again, active is gonna be Boolean. Label is actually going to be an object which will have title, string, we'll have an amount, string, it will have a currency code, which is going to be string. All this information we have to show on the product itself. And we'll have a position. Now this position would be an optional. Either it's going to be bottom or center. When do we want to show this? The tile image, the label. Where do you want to show this? Do you want to show the center on the image, or we want to show this at the bottom? All right, and this one is gonna be React.component props type of image. Okay, so what do we want to return? We want to return a div. Okay, the div will have some class name, and it will be the CLSX function, and this time it's sort of long default class name that we want to apply, and then we want to add this. So if it's relative, if there's a label, then relative. If it's active, then border to this functions. It's based on this Boolean value. If there's a label, if there's an active, if it's not active. It has to be inside here. There you go. Save this. Now it's working. And inside the div, we're gonna say props dot source. If there's a props dot source, return something, otherwise return null. And inside here, we are going to be returning an image component. Save closing image component. Let's go ahead and give this class name. This class name also, I'm going to go ahead and copy paste this. It will have some CLSX here, as you can see, and we are going to add in some props like so, and then just underneath here we are going to say if label is true, then return something, otherwise null. And this label, we are going to have specific component for this. We're going to pass in title. That's going to be label.title. We're going to pass in the amount. It's going to be label.amount. And then we're going to pass in currency. Currency code. We're going to say label.currency code, and we're going to have position label.position like so. And the label is just going to be simply inside our component folder. We're going to call this label.tsx. Export default function label. And we are going to get title. Oops. We're going to get title. We're going to get obviously the amount as props. We just created. We want the currency code and we want the position. Here we're just going to basically say bottom. It's going to be the position. And then let's see here. I'm going to say title of this. It's going to be string. We want amount. It's going to be string as well. And we want the currency code, string, and we want the position, and that's just going to be bottom, center like this. Okay, that's our props. Let's return a div. I am going to go ahead and add in some classes inside the div, which will require the CLSX here. Just to make sure if the position is not the bottom and it's center, then we can apply different types of class names. Now inside the div, let me go ahead and put in some JSX here. And here we just another div with some class name, flex item center rounded full. And we are inside there, we are doing the H3 with the title. And this is going to be the price. Now price component, again, we can make it modular and just build another component. Let's go ahead and do that. So we're gonna say inside our component page, you're gonna create price.tsx. So the reason I'm making this one in modular is because if you want to change any type of styles to different section, it's now easy to just go ahead and change this price component here in instead of changing everything, right? So let's go ahead and just copy paste. So it's the same thing. Price will get the amount, class name, currency code, which is going to be USD in this case, currency code, class name. It's going to be amount string, these are the types. React component props is going to be the paragraph. So suppress hydration warning, this is just going to be like sometimes because it's server-side and client-side component, it's not going to give you the error. Class name will get the class name. This here, new international.number format. Now this is going to be from your client, style going to be currency code, and it's just going to format purse float. That's how we are actually showing the amount. And inside here, going to be the currency code, and it's going to just give the price. Simple. Go ahead and read this, pretty self-explanatory here inside our label. We're going to go ahead and now bring this in, save, and here now we're going to bring this label. It's giving me an error. Well, it is because label is this one, and there you go. Perfect. I'll save this. Okay, so that's good. Product grade items.tsx. Let's go ahead and now we're going to put the alt, and it's going to be the product title, and copy paste all the props that it needs, like so. So alt is going to be product.title, label is title, product.title, amount, product.price range, max variance amount, currency code. Okay, so I'm currently getting let's do this here right now, real quick. Save this. Looks like amount doesn't exist. Okay, so amount is showing me that amount does not exist on type money. So let's go to the types, and here, okay, so I did a mistake here. Export type money is actually going to be amount, which is going to be a string, and it's going to be currency code. Currency code, which is going to be a string actually here as well. There you go. That should fix it. And now if we take a look, all right, now if we go here, as you can see, we are at the /search, and here it's actually telling me that the CDN Shopify.com is not configured under. So this is what we need to configure, right? Because Next.js is a security measure. They just want to know, like, the images that we are trying to render in our next application, where are they coming from? Are they reliable? And they want us to think about this one. So I'm going to have to add the cdn.shopify.com to the next.config.js file. And it's very easy to do. So let's go ahead and do next config dot this mjs file here. And here, what I want to do, I'm just going to simply rename this one to JS file. And I'm going to copy paste like so. So module.exports images formats is going to be AVIF image or WebP image. Remote patterns, this is what you need to actually add. Inside module.exports, remote patterns, protocol HTTPS, hostname cdn.shopify.com, path name this. If I do this, and now if I refresh, okay, so we do have something going on in our search page. We just don't have the images and product itself. So we're going to fix that right now. Okay, as you can see here, we have the grid lines right here. And if we go to the terminal, because you're console logging the products, we are getting all the products with their ID, handle, title, description, all that good stuff. So we are not done yet with the search. So we're going to create a specific layout just for that search page. Let me go ahead and close all this, and inside in our search folder right here, we're going to create a new file and we're going to call this layout. Now in Next.js, for each route you can specify a specific layout. So this layout is now only going to affect the files that are on the same level, right? So basically that means it's going to affect the search page. So in here, let's go ahead and export default function. We're going to call this search layout. And the search layout will get children. We're going to destructure this one. And these children are going to be type of React node, like so. We don't really need this, like so. And what's going to return? It's going to return some fragments. Going to return a div. It's going to return. Let's add some class name here, like so. Inside the div here, we are going to add some class name here as well. And inside this div, we are going to render a component that we'll create, and it's going to call collections. All right. And right underneath this collections div, we're going to go ahead and return our children, like so, with some class name, like that. And underneath that div, we will return another component that we'll create. It's going to call Filterlist, and at the end we will return the footer. Let's go ahead and create the collections that we are talking about here. Now the collections are going to be inside our layout. We are going to create a new folder and we're going to call this search. Now the search folder inside this, because we'll be utilizing the layout that is only corresponds to search. So here we are creating a new file. We are going to call this collections.tsx. Like so. And here we're going to return a component called collection list. Okay, now this collection list component, let's go ahead and define this one inside the same file. And this is actually going to be an async function, and we're going to call this collection list, like there. And this collection list will not take any params. Let's do collections is equal to await get collections. Same method we will be using, the one that we use getMenu. Now we are going to define another function in our Shopify folder, get collections. And we are just going to return this in Filterlist. This is the component that we will need to create. Okay. We are also going to create a skeleton here. And this is just going to be some Tailwind classes. So let's go ahead and copy paste actually. It's going to be better. So we're going to create some const, which will be skeleton, which will have this Tailwind classes, active and titles. You see that. And then items will have some Tailwind classes here as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this get collections, and this is going to be in our index.ts file, which is inside our Shopify, inside our lib folder. And right underneath here, let's go ahead and create export async function, and let's call this get collections like this. It's not going to take anything, and it's going to return a promise that would be a type of collection, and that's going to be an array. And here, const response is equals to await Shopify fetch, and inside here, this is also going to take right now Shopify collections operation type, and it's going to return an object which will be query, and I'm going to say get collections query, and tags will be inside an array tags dot collections. Okay, pretty much the same thing that we have been doing, right, in our get menu, just like this one, Shopify fetch, Shopify menu operations, and all that good stuff. So first, let's go ahead and create this collection type. So we'll go to our types. Right underneath, we are going to create export type collection, and it's going to be Shopify collection, and so it's a Shopify collection type, and on top of that is we'll just have a string type that's going to be path. Okay, let's go ahead and create this Shopify collection type, export type. So Shopify collection type, which is going to have a handle, which is going to be string, is going to have title string for each collection that we are talking about, right? That we are going to get from Shopify. It's going to have a handle, and it's going to have a title. It's also going to have description. They're all string type. This are actually going to be semicolon. SEO is going to be our SEO type, and updated at is going to be a string type. Okay, that's what we have. Let's go back to our index, and let's just go here and bring this in. Great, now this is giving you error because we just need a return, because we said that we're going to return a promise. But before we do that, let's go ahead and create the Shopify collections operation. So let's copy this, and inside our types, export type Shopify collections operation is equals to a type, which will basically have a data. We'll have collections, and it's going to have the connection type, which will be type of Shopify collection. That's it. There we go. Let's bring this on here now. For the get collections query, we will have to, let me go ahead and copy this. And here in our queries, let's create a new file. And we're going to call this collection.ts. It's going to be our query. It's export const get collections query. It is going to be GraphQL, and we want query get collections. Inside here, get collections. It's going to take first 100 of the collection, and it's going to take sort key, and it should sort by title. And inside this collections, we're going to say edges, which will then have, inside our edges, we will have node, and inside our node, we'll have this fragment called collection. All right, and just underneath everything here, we are going to create our collection fragment, like so. So for the collection fragment, let's go ahead and take a look at our fragments, and let's create a new file, collection.ts, and we are going to create here, so you're going to say const collection fragment, like so. So it's going to be fragment collection on collection. It's going to return handle, title, description, and SEO, which is going to be SEO fragment. We already have an SEO fragment. Let's just go ahead and bring this up here, and let's export this collection. So let's save, and inside the query, let's go ahead and add this one here as well. And that should do it. Let's go back to our index, and here, let's bring this in. So we have our get collections query. Okay, so after the response, let's go ahead and call const Shopify collection, Shopify collections, and this is going to be our remove edges and nodes function that we created. It will take res body, and inside the body we'll have our data, and inside our data we'll have our collections, and then we'll just remove edges and nodes with that function. Const, let's go ahead and create collections and an array here, a const array, which will have an object. We'll say handle is going to be an empty string, title is going to be all, and description, this is just going to be for all products. SEO going to be another object, which will have title, all, description, path, it's going to be search, and then we will also need the updated at. Here, let's construct a new date to ISO string, which is a function. Here, so remember we talked about like the hidden products. If you do need to have some products that has the tags hidden, you can do so. In that case, we're just going to add another function. We're going to call this filter out the hidden products, and that's going to be basically going to call reshape collection. Reshape collections. This is going to be a new function you're going to create. So it's going to take Shopify collections and it's going to just filter out. It's going to give us collection and basically just going to go ahead and do collection dot handle dot starts with so if there's any product that has the handle that starts with hidden, right, those products are going to be hidden. So that's our function is basically doing. So if you want any product to be hidden, just add this hidden at the beginning of the handle of that collection. Now let's go ahead and build this reshape collections function right before get collections here, and we are going to say function reshape collections, which will get collection, which is type of Shopify collection. This time it's going to be an array. Just do const reshaped same collections array. So const reshaped collections. By this time you already know what we are trying to do here. Const collection of collections. It's actually going to be collections because it's an array. So const collection of collections. If collection and const reshaped collection is equals to reshape collection with the collection, and that's a new function we will be creating here. Which will take collection this time. It's going to be Shopify collection is going to return either a collections or it's going to return undefined, and not collection, then simply just return undefined here. Otherwise return the collection with a path. It's going to be search collection dot handle, like so. So there's your reshape collection. All right, so if reshape collection, if it's not undefined, then we will do reshaped collections dot push with reshaped, this one right here, save, and then return reshaped collections. And then here is just simply going to return collections. Let's now bring this in. Okay. Now next up, let's go ahead and create the filter list. So what we're gonna do, so inside our layout, inside our search, let's go ahead and create another folder, and this time it's going to be filter. Now inside filter, let's go ahead and create a new file called index.tsx. Let's export default function, and it's going to be filter list, and it's going to take some props. So we're going to destructure this one, so we're going to say list, we need the list, we need the title, which is going to be type of. So list is going to be type of list item. It's type of an array. We're going to create that in a bit, and then title, if it exists, then it will be a string. So let's define that list item type here. Let's export this one. List item is equals to sort filter item, which is going to be coming out from constant. We already created that. Either it's going to be a path filter item, like so. So the path filter item is going to be, let's create that one as well. Export type path filter item is equals to, it's just going to have a title, string, and a path, which is also going to be string, like that. So since we are getting list and title, we are obviously, so let's go ahead and let me see if I can, yeah, it does let me import this automatically. And here you see the list is missing on type, so let's go ahead and put this one. So we are here going to provide the prop here, and the list is actually going to be this collection that we are actually getting it from our get collection function we just created. And let's go ahead and do a title, and this time the title is just going to be collections. So here what we want to do, we want to return, let's return a fragment, and inside a fragment we are going to return a nav element and open some JavaScript curly brace. I'm going to say if title is true, if there is a title, return something, otherwise null. So what do we want to return? We want to return the h3, which will basically have the title and some class name to this h3, and right underneath this we will add an ul, an order list, and we will add another filter item list component that we're going to create in a bit in the same file. Let's go ahead and add, actually let's just go ahead, this ul will get some class name and it's going to remain hidden, and only for medium devices is going to be showing as a block. This filter list will take a prop, which is going to be list that we're going to be getting from here. Let's get another ul here, another list, and we're going to call this class name, and this is just going to be hidden in medium devices. So here we're going to say filter item dropdown. This is going to be another, so we have a filter item list, and we'll create another one that's going to be filter item dropdown. So here is also going to get list, like so. All right, so that's it. So right before our filter list, let's go ahead and create this function first, filter item list. Filter item list. Now the filter item list obviously is going to take the list, which is going to be list of list item, but in this case it's going to be an array. It's going to return some JavaScript. I'm going to first map through the list, which will give us an item. It's going to be type of list item, and we are also going to get the index here. and open this parentheses, and we are going to filter item. I'm going to return a filter item component, and it's going to have the key. That's why I needed the index, and item will be item. So it's going to return the filter item. In order for us to do this, we are going to create another file inside our filter folder, and we're going to call this item.tsx. Okay, and here we're going to export function. It's not going to be a default function because we are going to add a few more functions into this file. So it's actually going to be export function. The name of the function is going to be, of course, filter item. It is going to take item. The type of item is going to be list item. And here it's going to be return path in item, path filter item, another component that we can just define here, or return sort filter item, like so. This path filter item is going to get item as the prop, and the sort filter item also gonna get item as the prop. So for the path filter item, let's go ahead, create this. And obviously it's going to be taking an item. It's going to be not list, but list item. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this and build this function. It's going to take the item and the type of this item. This time it's actually going to be path filter item. Okay, so let's go ahead and this path filter item, you see that from index, we already have this, the path filter item. This is the item that it's going to take for the path. So let's go ahead and bring this in. I guess because of the name, it's like that. There you go. So basically I am renaming this path filter item type as T. Did you know this is a type? Okay, so here we're gonna say const path name is gonna be use path name. That's gonna come from our next navigation. And you already by this time know that anytime we wanna use hooks, it's gonna need to be a client file. So path name, we're gonna get this from use path name from next navigation, and then we're gonna create another one, which is gonna be search params. And this is also going to be from search params, like that. And we're gonna say const active. We're gonna say path name is equals to item.path. So this is a common practice to know which navigation is currently active, and then you apply a certain amount Tailwind classes. So if the URL, item, name, or handle matches with the navigation, that's currently active, then you would show like maybe an underline or maybe like a different color, right? So that's why we are utilizing this const active here. Let's do const new params. Const new param is going to be new URL search params, and it's going to be a search params.toString. And let's see, const dynamic tag is equals to active. I'm going to say p, and we're going to say link right here. The link is going to come from our next link. So dynamic tag, if it's active, then it's just going to be a p tag, otherwise it's going to be a link. And then it's just going to have the new params dot delete. We're going to delete at the end the queue, which is coming from the search, right? And here what we want to return, we want to return an list item, and this list item will have some class name, of course, and we're also going to add in a key, and that's going to be item.title. And here we are going to create dynamic tag. This dynamic tag right here, either it's going to be a link, it's going to be a p tag. So inside here, we are going to, just like our link would need, right? You would need an href. So here we will go ahead and create a function called create URL. We already has this function in our lib folder. We already created this one, so let's go ahead and utilize that one. And then item.path, and with the new params, like so. Obviously, we'll use our class name, which I will copy paste here, save it, and here we are just going to go ahead and return our item dot title, like so. And that should do it. It's just going to, so that's the path filter items. So based on the path, we will filter our collection or filter item based on the search params. Now let's go ahead and create this sort filter item function. Now we're going to go ahead and create this one here as well. We don't need to export this because it's in the same page. And sort filter item, obviously we'll get item, which is going to be a type of sort filter item. Sort filter item, which is going to be coming from constant. Const, we want the path name, and is going to be use path name, it's a function, and we're going to use search params. We're going to say use search params, like so here as well. Active as well. Now this active is going to come from search params.get, and it's going to get sort, and is going to now take item.slug. It's going to take a look at the item.slug is search param from the URL, right? And then we are going to get the query param const q. It's going to be search params dot get. We are going to get the q. All right, so let's go ahead and build out the href. We will be using create URL here, which is a function, and inside here we're going to first put the path name as the first argument. Then we're going to say URL search params, which is going to take So basically we're going to see if the queue exists, then queue, and it's not going to be filter item, it's going to be like that. Here we're going to say if item.slug exists, then item.slug.length. If that exists, then just do sort item.slug. And here const dynamic tag is equals to active. It's going to be either p or it's going to be link. And we're going to then finally return. And you see when we return, the error went out. And this is because you're returning some JSX. Now this is a React component now. So here we are going to go ahead and pretty much do the same thing. So I'm going to go ahead and copy paste it here. So save this. So what we're doing, we are returning a list item with some class name. Key value is going to be item.title. And then we're saying dynamic tag. We're saying prefetch is if active is not true, then just false. Otherwise, it's undefined. href, class name, and then item.title. That's okay. So that should do this. Okay. So we also need this this CLSX. And let me just find out what's going on with this use path name here. Okay. We'll be right back. It's because we have to name the function with a capital letter. It was just that simple. JSX requires the function, if it needs to be a React component, that it needs to start with the function names, needs to start with capital letter. That's it. Okay, so sort filter item, we got it. Dynamic tag should be good here. Sort filter item. Local value. Okay, you know what we want to do, we're gonna say a type like that, and we could actually do the same thing here. So like port type instead of renaming this, so that way it's not going to give us any error and it's only going to import this one as type. Okay, all right, so let's go back to our index.tsx file here, and then now we can import this file filter item from our filter list. So this is good. Now let's go ahead and work on our function that is going to be filter item dropdown. Now this filter item dropdown function is going to live within our filter, but let's go ahead and create another file here, and we're just going to call this dropdown.tsx. And let's go export default function. Let's say filter item dropdown like so. Obviously, it's going to get the list. And this list is going to be a type of list item. And here we are going to do const path name, use path name, use search params is equals to use search params from our navigation. We are going to say const, and let's do active, set active, use state. I'm going to utilize use state, and it's just going to be empty string. Let's go ahead and we'll bring this on, and before we forget, let's go ahead and add client directive here. We're gonna do another state, which is going to be open select, and we're going to say set open select like so, state it's going to be false. To begin with, let's say const ref is equals to use ref, and this is going to be type of HTML div element, and this is just going to be null. Okay, now let's go ahead and return some JSX here. Now what we want to return, we're going to return a div that's going to have a class name of relative and a ref is going to be ref. Okay, we want to get the reference from this element. We are going to create another div here, and we are going to utilize an onClick event. And it's just going to set open select to open select. It's basically going to toggle through the set open select one. This onClick will also need some class name, and inside this div we are just going to add in this text active, and here let's do chevron down icon. We'll just add this here like so, chevron down icon, and that should come from our hero icons. Save that, and underneath this div we are going to now check if open select is true, then we're going to return something. We're going to return a div inside. Let me see what's going on here. So this chevron icon is actually going to be here. Okay, so this div closes this div, and this is basically the parent div. So underneath this div we are going to add open select, and if that's true then we'll return some JSX. In this case we're going to say div, and let's add some class name here. We also need an onClick here as well, onClick event, and that's going to be an arrow function, and we're just going to say set open select to false. And inside the div we are going to now map through the list now. So list map, which is going to give us an item, which is going to be our list item, and index for our key, and here we will return filter item, that here. And what else it needs? It needs the item, and we're going to pass in the item. It also needs the key. We're going to pass in the index. Map doesn't exist in the list item, so that's because this list item needs to be an array. And now we can map through it. Okay, so use ref. We need to import that from React. Now we need to add some use effect here. So the way we want to do this is const, we're going to say handle click outside. So what happens if we click outside of the filter? So const handle click outside is going to take the event, which is going to be the mouse event type, and here if we're going to say if ref dot current exist, then ref.current.contain. So you're gonna use this if that's contain event.target as node. Then set open select to false. This one is actually going to be lowercase. Let's see, like so. Okay, so this is good. And here, just underneath this function handle click outside, we're going to attach this event to the window itself, and we're going to say add event listener, and we're going to say click. It's going to listen to this function. And in useEffect, there's a cleanup function. That's what we want to do here, is return is window dot remove event listener. Just going to be click. Just going to be handle click outside. Okay, we have to provide this dependency array, and if you keep this empty, that means it's just going to run one time. If you forget this dependency array, then it's going to be a loop, infinite loop. You don't want that. So we would need another useEffect here, and this one is going to go for list, and it's going to invoke a function for each, and for each list item, which is going to be list type of list item. If I'm going to say path in list item exist, then path name is equals to list item dot path, or let's put this to parentheses here. Okay, if this or slug in list item exist, and search params dot get sort is going to be list item dot slug. There you go. Then we're going to say set active with list item dot title. Okay, and that's it. Here it is going to take path name as a dependency. It's going to take the list as a dependency, and it's going to take the search params as a dependency. Save. And I believe that should do it for our dropdown.tsx. Let's go back here. Let's do port this. Save. So we have our filter. Let's go back to our collections here and layout. So let's go ahead and bring in our collections, and let's go ahead and lay out. Let's see. Let's go ahead and lay out our filter list. Now the filter list do need list, which is going to be sorting. Let's go ahead and bring this up in from our constants, and it's gonna need title, and we're gonna say sort by text. So we have got our layout. Let's go to our collections. A fetch, for example, a get collection, we are potentially might have some delay because we are actually reaching out to our server and then bringing those information in. In those cases, we can actually use, I think we should use Suspense, and that's coming from React. So every time we will be using like a get collection, get product, or get menu, we should really wrap the component that we are bringing in into a suspense. So in that case, what we want to do is I'm going to go ahead and cut this, open this parentheses, and here I'm going to just go ahead and add suspense from React. So suspense, and then inside the suspense we will need our collection list. So here we're going to say fallback, and fallback is going to be an object, and we can actually, this is going to be a div. Inside the div we're going to add this. So first of all, let's go ahead and add the class name as well. So this, save. So fallback, it's going to be a parent div with call span 2, hidden, 400 pixel with full flex none, and the large device is going to be showed, right? So here we are basically getting this few divs with a class for the skeleton. So this is the skeleton for the class, and then the next one is going to be active and titles for these two. So this is going to be active and titles, and for the rest of it is just going to get the skeleton and the items class names. Okay, so let me go ahead and close all this open files, and inside our search, what we right now want to do is create a dynamic directory that will bring in collections. So let's go ahead and create. The way you create dynamic routes in Next application is you just wrap it with square bracket. So we're going to say collection. So this is going to be a dynamic route. Inside our collection, we will have a page.tsx. And this collection, dynamic collection, is actually going to be our category page. So let's go ahead and export default. We want this to async function. We're going to call this category page. We want this to be params and search params. Let's do this. These are actually going to be destructured. And we want to say params are going to be a type of collection, and we want search params, and that's going to be key string string, or it's going to be string, an array, or it's going to be undefined. Okay, here we're going to say const sort. Let's go ahead and destructure this one from our search params as key string, like so. And let's go ahead and get our sort key from here, reverse, and it's going to be from our sorting. It's coming from our constant here. So sorting dot find, we'll try to find an item that is item dot slug is equal to the sort. Otherwise it's going to be default sort. We also want products this time, and this is where we are going to create a new function called get collection products. Okay, so get collection products will need the collection itself, which is, I'm going to say params.collection, like so, and the sort key that we want to provide, and the reverse. And it's just going to simply return, let's do section here, and some JavaScript. We're going to first check if products.length is more than 0. Then we will return something, otherwise we will return null. Actually, we will return something else here, not null this time. So products length if is, actually this time it is going to be if there is no product length, right? There's 0 for that category products. In this case, we can just return a p tag that basically says no products found in this collection. Otherwise, return grid. And we already created that grid. We already created our product grid items as well. Then we'll just show the grid, product items, all that good stuff with the products. So we're going to copy this. We are going to go to this Shopify index.ts. This is the file that exporting all our functions, fetch functions. So here we are going to create an async function. I'm going to give this a name, get collection products, and this one is going to take, obviously we will destructure this one, we will take collection, we will take reverse, and we will take sort key, and collection will be type of string, and we need the collection. This cannot be optional. In order for us to get products from a specific collection, we need the collection name. Reverse would be optional, and that's just going to be just a Boolean value. You can say reverse order, like a true or false. And then sort key could be optional as well, and that's going to be a string. We are going to obviously return a promise, which will have, this time it's a type of a product, because it's going to be the same rules. So it's response, await, we are going to utilize our Shopify fetch. And here we're going to create a new type, which is going to be Shopify collection products operation. And then we'll create the products query. It needs the variable handle, which is going to be collection, reverse, same, and sort key would be sort key either created at or created or then sort. I am going to go back to our types, and here we are just going to copy paste this Shopify collection products operation. It's going to have our data, it's going to have our collection, and then products. It's going to collection Shopify product. We already have this type, and the variable will need handle, reverse, and sort key. So let's save this and bring this here. And let's do our get collection products query. And this one, we already have a query that is for collection. So we are just going to go ahead, create another query here, just underneath. So this is going to be the get collection products query. Save this now, product fragment. So there is product fragment, we already created them. And let's go back to index and then bring this here. And looks like this is good. Now we need to do the exact same thing. We first going to check if res body data collection, if there's nothing found, then just console log no collection found for this collection, return empty array, and then return reshape products function with the remove an edge node with res body data collection and products. These both functions we already created in this video already earlier. So let's go back to our page.tsx, and here we now can bring in our function, and that should do it. Okay, so I want to show you this, that also implementing dark mode here. So this is what it looks like in a dark mode environment. But now I'm going to go ahead and fix the issue that we have here. So if we go to search page, you see that we are not actually seeing, because there are some bugs in our code that I'm going to fix. So first thing I want to do is inside our layout.tsx, and this is going to be your search. So we have created a specific layout for the search page, and inside this layout I forgot to return this JSX. So I have to call this return and then put this segment. Also, I don't really want this footer section here because we are already returning the footer. Now, refresh the page, you see that we can actually see our collections on our left-hand side and our sort by information on our right-hand side. So this is good. So we are still not there because I have products here. So if I go back to index.tsx, now this is actually going to be in my grid. So component grid index here, the mistake I did is here the class name, the CLSX will take two arguments. The first one is going to be the class name that's always going to be there, and the second class name is going to be depending, it's a variable class name, right? So this one is actually needs to be inside this parentheses as a second argument. Same goes for here. There you go. Now you can see here, let's make this bigger. We have all of our products appear here with nice label, price, and then picture. Everything's all good. So if I just click on man's collection here, it is only going to pull up the products that is inside our man's collection. We can also do women's collection here as well. So we can also change this collection naming. So instead of like calling this man's collection, let's go ahead, call this only man's and women's. And let's go ahead here in the navigation. I want this to like appear like all first, then man, then women, and then cells. Let's go ahead and do this. And this is, we're going to do it in our admin. So inside here, the first thing, go to online store and the navigation. Let's do Next.js front end menu. This is going to be our top menu. And I can grab this and actually put this anywhere, right? So home, all, women, man, cells. Now I can go ahead and save this. Let's see, what else do I need here? This collection's name. So inside our products and in collections, let's go ahead and change this name to this one. Save this, okay? And let's go back to our women's collection. Change this one to just women as well here. Save, all right. We go back to our terminal. Here you can see that we are already console logging to see whether we have our products are coming through or not. So here I'm just going to go ahead and just delete the next folder so that we have the latest information available. Let's do a hard refresh, and you can see here we have now home first, all, women, man, and then cells. And if I click on man here, directly goes to the man collection. And now it's going to fetch all the products and images. Let's see if I can search here if what's going on with the search. So let's do like search with just blue. There you go. With blue, we are only going to get the products that has blue in the name. Let's take a look at this one. Now, this is the product page that we're going to create. But so far, our category page, our collections, and the search working great. Okay, so our next focus would be to create an individual product page where for example, I can click on here and it's going to go and show some information about this particular product where I will be able to put this into the cart as well. So let's go ahead and create that product page. As you all know, in order for us to create a page, we have to go to the app folder, create a new folder, and that's going to be the route for our product. So I'm just going to go ahead and call this product directory. Inside our product directory, we'll have a file, and we're going to call this page.tsx. We're also going to create another folder, and this is just going to be for our dynamic products, so it's going to have handle. Let's export a function called product page, like so. and this product page will get some params. Let's destructure it. These params are going to be handle, which is going to be string type. We are going to go ahead and return div with some class name. We're going to say mx auto. We're going to say max width screen. We're going to say 2XL and some padding up to 4. Inside our div, we're going to get another div, and here we're going to get this class name, which I will copy paste here. Then inside this div, we're going to have another div. I'm going to say height is going to be full, and width is going to be full, and it's going to have a basis of full. We're going to say for large devices, we're going to have basis, but that's going to be 4 by 6, like so. And here we are going to create a component called gallery. Okay, and right underneath this div, which contains gallery, we're going to create another div. Give this a class name of basis full as well, and large devices, we're going to say basis. This time it's going to be 2/6, and here we're going to have another component that we want to create, and this component will be product description. And then here we're going to say another component, related products. So you know, like when you go to an individual product page, there are some related products underneath. So we're going to build that one here as well. That should do it. We are going to go ahead and say const. Now this time it's going to be a single product, right? So we're going to say await get product, and this is the function that we have to create, product, which will take params dot handle, like so. So with the handle, basically the product name, the getProduct will search from our Shopify Headless CMS and then bring that information over. So because we are using await, I have to make this function async. So let's go ahead and create the getProduct first. We know where to go. We are going to go to our index.ts Shopify folder, and right underneath we're going to create a function getProduct, like so. We are going to get handle as argument, which is going to be type of string, and we are obviously going to return our promise. This time it's going to have a type product or undefined. Let's go ahead and const response here. We're going to do await. We're going to use our good old Shopify fetch function, and this one will obviously take a type, which we'll create in a moment. We're going to call this Shopify product operation this time, and here inside this we're going to provide some options. So query is going to be get product query. We already have that, and we are going to have tags, an array with tags dot. We have the products here, and we're going to say variables. All right, we're going to have handle dot handles. Okay, let's go ahead and create this Shopify operation first, and we're going to go to our type, and let's see where do I want to create. Let's go ahead and create at the end. I'm going to say export Shopify product operation. It's going to be type, which will have data, have product. It's going to be type of Shopify product. It's going to have variables. It's going to be handle string. I think that's all I need here. So let's go back to here, and bring this here. We are going to return, and it's going to be reshape product. So we already have reshape products, and we're going to use the one that's reshape product. So res.body.data.product with false, like so. So we already have reshape product, so we don't have to create this one anymore. So that's it. That's all we need. We already have our product type. The query is already done. Everything is good. So let's go back here and just bring it. So we've got our get product. Now, next up, let's go ahead and create our function that is going to be gallery component. And since it's a component, we're going to go to our component and then create a new folder, and we're going to call this product. All the components related to product is going to reside in this folder. Let's create a file, and we're going to call this gallery.tsx. Okay, let's go ahead. Now, this gallery will actually take image, because that's what we are trying to show in our gallery, right? And this image is going to be type of, it's going to have a source, it's going to be a string, and it's going to have all text we need. It's going to be a string as well, and it's going to be an array. Alright, so let's go back to page.tsx. Since we are passing the params here, we have to pass this as a prop. So you're going to say images. Did I put images here? It has to be images. There you go. So images are going to be product that we're getting it from here. Product.images. So here you might have a bunch of images for single product, right? We just want to fetch the first 5 to show up in the gallery. So product images.slice, we're going to say just take the first 5 and then map. It's going to give us an image. It's going to be type of image that we have already created the type, and it's going to return image.url as the source, and all text is going to be image.allText. So let's go back to our gallery function. So here, what we want to do, we're going to say return, and we will return a form. And here we're going to say div. Let's go add some class name. Let's say relative. I'm going to say aspect square, height full, max, height. Let's go ahead and do like 550 pixel, and width full, and let's do overflow hidden. And here we're going to do images, image index, return an image component. It's going to be from next image, and this image will have some class name. Let's go height full and width full, and object, let's say contain, and let's do fill attribute. Let's put this, you can also put like sizes inside your image, next image component, and this will just going to be dynamic. So mean width, I'm just basically going to say mean width is going to have 1024 pixel, 66 view width, and 100 view width. Okay, so these are size, and we are obviously going to get our alt here, and this alt text we are going to get from our images at image index. We have it, and then we're going to say alt text, as string, and we are obviously need our source here. We're gonna say images I'm gonna say source here as string here as well. Now this image index is going to come from when we are actually going to create our product context. So we'll go ahead and do that in a moment. Right now, skip it like this, and I'm gonna say priority true. I want this one to fetch first. Okay, so once we have our image, right underneath, we're gonna do images. If there is an image length, and that is more than just one, then we're gonna return something. Otherwise, we're gonna return null. So what we're gonna return here, let's say div with some class name, absolute, bottom 15%, flex with full, justify, center, like so. And we're gonna have another div, and this div I'm just going to copy paste, and right underneath this image.length, inside this div actually, there you go, we're gonna have a button. Now these buttons are going to be for your next image and your previous image, right, for the image gallery. So I am going to go ahead and inside the first button, I'm going to add an ARIA label saying previous product image, and let's go ahead and do like a class name here, and this class name is going to be button class name, and inside we're going to create this button class name in a bit, but inside this button I'm going to have arrow left icon. It's going to come from our hero icon with some class name. Let's go ahead and do h5. Okay, so right underneath this button we're going to have another div, and this div will have some class name, and that's going to be mx1 height 6 with pixel background neutral 500, just some separation there. And we're going to create our next button, which will have our ARIA label, and that's going to be next product image. Let's go ahead and give this same class name as this one, so like so. And inside this button we are going to add arrow right icon with class name h5. So right underneath this, images.length, if it's more than one, if that's true, we're going to return something. Otherwise, we're going to return null. And here, this time we're going to return an unordered list with some class name here. We're going to check images, which will give us image and index. And here, we are going to return a list. Obviously we need the key, and let's just do the image dot source as the key here, and class name let's just do h20 and width 20. We're gonna have our button here, and inside this button we're gonna have our ARIA label, and this is going to be select product image, like that. And here we are obviously going to have our class name, which is going to be, now this time for this particular button we're going to give a different class, which is going to be height full and width full like so. And inside this, we will be creating, actually we already have a grid tile image. That's what we want to do. That's what we want to use. So grid tile image would need alt image dot alt text. It's also going to need our source. So let's go ahead and give the source. It's going to be needing a width, height, and active. So let's go ahead and active here is active, and let's do width of 80 and height of 80, like so. This is active. We'll come back to it in a moment. Okay, so that's all in terms of like the JSX right above the return. We are going to say const, and we'll be bringing in state and update image, and that's going to be from our use product. And this use product is going to be our first context, right? So use products, let's go to we are going to put this into a component, and inside the product, we will create a file. We're going to say product dash context, and it is going to be TSX, right? So product dash context. So here, let's go ahead and export a function called use product, like so. And here we will bring in context is from use context, and that's going to come from React. And we would say to utilize, what context is going to utilize? It's going to utilize product context. Okay, if context is equals to undefined, then just throw new error, basically saying use product must be used within a product provider, otherwise just return the context. Okay, so what is product context now? Let's go ahead and decide the product context here. So you're going to say const, create this. Const product context is going to be create context, which is going to be coming from React, and it's going to be product context type. We're going to create this, otherwise it's going to be undefined. For the product context type, let's go ahead and define the type here, and it's going to return state, which is going to be a product state. And here we're going to say update option. It's a function. We're going to say name. It's going to be string. Value is going to be string product state, like so. And we're going to say update image. It's also going to be take an index. It's going to be string product state. Okay, so we were using product state in 3 different places. So let's go ahead just underneath here, product state, and product state is going to be, it's going to have a key, which is going to be a string type, and the value will be a string. And the next one, so it's going to have a product state, which is going to have a key string, and is going to have an image, like so, like that. Okay, so from the context, we are actually going to get the state. So if I go back to gallery here, so this is going to come now from product context to give us state and update image. Next up we're going to do is const update URL is equals to, it's going to be use update URL. Now this use update URL is also going to come from our product context. So let's go ahead and create that. So in here we're going to say export function use update URL. It's not take anything, it's going to go ahead and get the router because we are dealing with now the URL. I'm going to say use router. It's going to come from navigation. And here we're just going to return state, product state. It's actually going to be, it's going to return a function. That's what we're going to return. So you're going to say const new params is equals to new URL search params with window.location search. And we're going to do object entries. This is a function. We can just go ahead and get this from state, and then we're gonna, which will give us a key and a value. So object entries is a function where you can invoke this on an object that has a key and a value, right? So object entries get the state, and on that state for each get key and value. Here just pass in new params dot set key. There you go. Just need one parenthesis. And then once we're done with this, we are going to go ahead and do router. We're going to push this, and we're going to construct. We're going to construct this with our variables. We're going to say new params dot toString. So with the question mark there, and we're going to pass in scroll to false. That should do it. So let's go ahead and bring this in. And now we are going to create this image index. So this image index is actually this image index we're going to use to calculate like when you are, what image are you on currently, right? Because you're going to go to next image, it's going to up and just increase the image index by 1. If you go to previous, then it's going to subtract 1. So we're going to say state dot image for the image index. If that's true, go ahead and do parse int with state dot image. Otherwise, it's going to be 0. And here we're going to say const next image index is equals to image index plus 1. If that's less than images dot length, then image index 1 or 0. Okay. So const previous image index is going to be is image index is 0. If that's true, then images dot length minus 1. Otherwise, image index minus 1. And let's go ahead, and I'm just going to copy paste this. This is going to be our button class. There you go. So this is good. Now let's go ahead and utilize this next image index and previous image index. So these are going to be our arrow left and right, right? So let's find our button. There you go. This is the one, arrow left icon, and then we have our arrow right icon. So here in the button, we're going to have a form action because we wrapped everything within a form here. So we can utilize the form action. So inside the form action, it's going to have a function, and this is just simply going to be const new state is equals to update, because once we click on our button for the next image, we also have to update the image as well. So new state is equals to update image with previous image index, and then update the URL with the new state. Okay, and that's going to be with the arrow left icon. We'll be doing the same exact thing with our right icon, but this time it's going to be next image index. Okay, all right, good. We are also going to utilize here in the button for the grid tile image, copy paste here as well. Now this one is just going to have index.toString. We're going to create this is active. So const is active is going to be index if it's image index. That's good. Anytime we want to utilize a hook, which is our use hook, we obviously have to utilize our client component. So this needs to be a use client component, especially because we're using a product context that actually utilize window.location search. Window does not exist on the server, it only exists on the client. So I believe we have our gallery all set up. Let's go back to our page, and here let's bring this in. So I guess this one needs to be like that. Okay, so there is an error here. It's basically say product is possibly undefined. So we're going to come back to and then see if we can fix that. So anytime we are trying to get information from Shopify, so we are basically trying to get this information of the product from the server, it's best idea to actually wrap this into a suspense component that is coming from our React. So Suspense is a React, so anytime if it takes a little while to get the images, we'll at least we'll have some fallback. Just gonna be copy paste this div right here as a fallback. Now next up is going to be our product description, and this is also going to be inside our product component, and we're going to create a file. Product description.tsx, export the function, which will get our product. It's going to be a type of product, and we'll just return some JSX here. Let's do some div here, some class name here, h1. We're going to provide the product dot title and give this some class name. Let's just do margin bottom 2, text 5XL, font medium like that. Let's go ahead and create another div, and this div will also have some class name. We're going to say mr auto width auto rounded, say rounded full. Background, let's do blue 600. Okay. Inside this div, we're going to have our price component that we already created that one, which will require an amount. Will actually come from product price range max variant price dot amount, and it's actually going to take on one more, which is going to be the currency code, and that's going to be from product price range dot max variance dot currency code, like that. Here we're going to create variant selector. This is going to be another component that we are going to create, variant selector, and we are basically going to pass in product dot options here and product dot variant, like so. And here we're going to check if product dot description HTML, otherwise null. If product description HTML, if there's something there, then we will utilize this on an element that is going to be pros, and have some class name. It's now going to take the HTML as product description HTML, and underneath this we are going to then say that add to cart. We're going to call the component add to cart with the product is equals to product. Save this. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this variant selector component. And this variant selector component we are going to create in our same folder, product, inside our component. Variant-selector.tsx. Okay. This variant selector will get options and variants as props. Let's define their types. Going to be product option type, which is going to be an array. And product variants will be a product variants type, which is also going to be an array. I'm going to return and map through the options, which will give us a single option. And here we'll add a form. We're not going to use the action. We'll be putting the key as an option ID. We'll add an element. DL is a description list element, HTML element. Let's go ahead and add some class name here. We're going to do just margin bottom 8. And here we're going to just do option dot name. Let's add some class name here as well. And here, let's go ahead and add some class name. I'm going to say flex wrap gap of 3. And here we're going to get option.values, which is another array where we can map through it, which will give us one single value. I'm going to create just an option name, which is going to be lowercase. So we're going to say option.name dot to lowercase. And here we're going to say base option params on current selected options, so we can preserve any other param state. Const option params state that we have already. I'm going to get this with the value. Of course, we're going to return something in a bit. Let's put another comment here. We're going to say filter out invalid options and check if the option combination is available for sale. So we're going to say const filtered object dot, again we have used this function, JavaScript function before. Let's say option params, then we will run filter, which will give us key and the value. Two lowercase is equals to the key and option dot values dot includes, and that includes the value. Right underneath, we're going to say is available for sale. We're going to check, and that's going to be a function. We're going to say combinations. This combinations doesn't exist yet, but we'll create that, and it will be an array. Through this combination, we will find, it will give us one combination. Here we're going to basically say filtered dot every I'm going to check if this is true, then combination dot available for sale. All right, just underneath here, I'm going to say the option is active if it's selected options. So I'm going to say active After this, finally going to return something. Let's save this and create these combinations first before we return anything from this. So the first one we're going to create is just before this return, we're going to create this combinations function, which is going to be type of combination, which is an array. It's going to be variance.map, which will give us a single variant. We'll return an object with the variant ID. We are also going to get available for sale. That's going to be variant available for sale, and then anything that we have back, variant dot selected options, and I'm going to reduce this. We're going to get an accumulator, an option, write the whole thing. It's going to return accumulator with option.name.to lowercase, or option.value. I'm passing an empty object. This combination type, let's go ahead and create this combination type here, and we're going to do this right above our main function here, and we're going to say type combination. It's going to have a string of ID for sell, which is going to be a boolean, so it's going to only return if it's like in stock, available for sale, true or false. And this is actually going to be semicolon instead of just comma. And last, we're going to say key, going to be a type of string, and the value either is going to be a string or boolean, like so. Let's also deal with this state. So what we want to do, just before this const, and we want to get the state and update option from our use product context, which will give us the state and the update option. Let's also add in the update URL as well, and we're going to get this use update URL from there as well. And here we are going to check has no option or just one option, right? So there could be some product that don't have any variants or anything like that. So has no options or just one option. For that, we're gonna say options.length or option.length is equals to 1. And if that's true, then options, first options from here, if that has any values, length is equals to 1. Let's make this all capital as well. All right. So I think here I'm getting an error. There you go. Just need another % right there. Combinations key is equals to the value. If that's true, then combination dot available for sale. Okay, option name lowercase. I think we did this already. It's right here. I believe this one just needs to be a single option. So there you go. Option name lowercase, because it's just it's dealing with just a single option and not the array. Okay, so I think so far no error anymore. Let's go ahead and return. Now, first of all, we are going to return a button, and inside this button, we are going to simply say the value. Okay, now here, inside our button, it will require the key. We'll just put the value as the key. You can use that. We are going to say aria disabled, and this is going to be if is available for sale is not true, then, and we are also going to use a regular disabled, and it's going to be pretty much the same thing. This is available for sale, and we are also going to get a title for this one. It's going to be JavaScript. We are going to construct this, and we are going to first say option.name. That's going to be the title, and here we are going to get value, and after that value we are going to basically say if is available for sale. If it's true, then we're going to say out of stock, else we're going to say empty string, like so. We are going to get a class name like that, so it's a CLSX function we are going to be using. Let's bring that in. These are our default classes, and then this is going to be if it's active, apply this, and if it's not active but is available for sale. So all this variation that can happen in regards to available for sale or is active, each classes will apply according to it. I think that's pretty much it for our variant selector. We have to remember, because we are using those hook, we have to use this as a client. All right, now go to product description and bring this in. And for this pros, what we're going to do here is inside our component, we're going to create a file, and we're going to call this pros.tsx. We're just going to say const pros. It's going to be function component. It's going to be text props. It's going to get as a prop HTML. It's going to get class like that. It's going to return a div, and this div is actually going to be single closing div. Let's go ahead and give this class name, and this is just to deal with those HTML, right? So we can render it properly. So it's going to get the CLSX. Let's bring this in, and it's going to apply these classes and any classes that we want to add later on. And here we are going to add that this is going to be dangerously set inner HTML, and we're going to add HTML as string. And here we're just going to say props. Now this text props is going to be an interface, and we're going to get an HTML. It's going to be a string type, and we're going to get class name, and there might be some class name, there might not be. There you go. That's all we need, and we're going to just bring this in. So if there is any product.description HTML that we want to show, then it's going to now render properly with our Tailwind classes. And last but not least, we are going to be creating this add to cart component. So in order for us to create this add to cart component, what we're going to do here, we are going to, inside our components, we are going to create a folder. We're going to call this cart, and inside our cart folder, we're going to create a new file, and we're going to say add-to-cart.tsx. We're going to export function like so. Okay, so add to cart, we know that we are definitely going to get product as prop. Product is going to be type of product that we already have, and it's just going to be a single product, right? So there's no array or anything, because once we add it to the cart, we are only adding a single item at a time. Let's return, and we're going to be returning a form. Now this form, we are going to utilize action, right? So before we do anything, let's go ahead and render a component, which is going to be our submit button. And the reason we want to create a submit button specific component so that we can utilize the submit button wherever we need throughout our project. And right underneath this submit button, we will create a message, and that should be it. But let's go ahead and fix this. So the action is going to be an async function, and we're going to call a function that's going to be add cart item with final variant and the product, and then we're going to await action with variant. Create. Okay. Now for submit button, it is also going to get something. So we are going to have like available for sale attribute, which will be and selected variant ID, which will be selected variant ID. All right, so let's go ahead and add some class name here for the, we're just going to say SR only. Let's add some role here. I'm going to say status, and we are also going to add ARIA label, which is going to be politely let them know. All right, so the first thing we want to do here, above our return statement, is let's get those variants and available for sale from product const state, and that's going to be coming from use product. Before we do anything, let's go ahead and create these two functions. One is going to be add cart item, and this is one. Now we're going to create another context, and that's going to be for specific to cart. And the way we want to do this is we're going to go to our components, and inside our cart, we will create a file, cart-context.tsx. Like so. Let's go ahead and create a function. Call this use cart. Here we're gonna have same thing. This is how you create context in React applications. A cost context is gonna be use context that's gonna come from React with the cart context that you're gonna provide for your application. We're gonna create it in a bit, and then we're just gonna simply say if context is equals to undefined, then throw new error with this cart must be used within a cart provider. Just a general message there. Otherwise, just simply return the context. Let's go ahead and create this cart context. We're gonna get create context function from React. We're going to pass in undefined, but we are definitely going to give them a cart context type. Okay, it's gonna be undefined. Let's create this cart context type, which will have a cart, or either a cart type or undefined, and we will add cart item update cart item, which is going to be a function, and that will need require merchandise ID, which is going to be string. Update type would be update type, and we can say it's going to be void, and then add cart item is the next function, which will take in variant, which is going to be a product variant type, and it's going to take a product, which is going to be product type, again void. So this card type, let's go ahead and add this card type here. Emit Shopify cart lines, but take these lines as cart item. It's going to be an array. Since we are utilizing this Shopify cart and all this type, let's go ahead and cut this, and we're going to go to our specific types file where we are adding all the Shopify types file. We're going to put this here, and we're going to create this type. So there you go. So Shopify cart will have an ID, a checkout URL, cost, lines, and total quantity. Next up, we're going to take a look at the cart item, and the cart item type looks like this. So cart item would be string, undefined, quantity, cost, merchandise with ID, title, selected option. So these are the ones that it required. Product, cart product. So cart product, we're going to export another type like so, which will be ID, handle, title, and featured image. So this is the cart, and let's go and export this one actually, because we need to export this cart so that we can actually utilize it here. So let's bring this. Okay, so that's good. Update type is the one that we need to create now. Now this is just update type is going to be plus, minus, and delete. This is going to be when you're updating your cart, like are you increasing the number of the product, or decreasing it, or you're completely deleting the product from your cart. And this actually does not require, it's not an object, it's basically just going to be either or 3 strings, just this. Okay, so from here we are going to go ahead, just underneath this product, we're going to say add cart item, and that's going to be from use cart function like so. Just underneath this state, we are going to create message form action. This is for our server actions that we'll be creating through this form. We'll be using this use form state, come from React DOM. I'm going to call this function add item with null. It's going to give us a message and the form action. And next we're going to do a variant is equals to going to be variance dot find, and it's going to give me this specific variant, which is going to be product variant type, and this is going to be variant dot selected options dot, I'm going to call every on this one, and it's going to give us each option dot value. I'm going to look if that's equals to the state, which is going to be option dot name dot to lowercase. And then after that, we're going to say const default variant ID. I'm going to give a default variant ID is going to be equal to variance. Actually, we're going to first check variance.length is equals to 1. Then variance, the first one, that has an ID. Otherwise, it's just going to be undefined for our default variant ID. If there's just one variance.length, just one product there, then just take the first product ID, right? And then we're going to say selected variant ID, which is going to be this one. So let's go ahead and create this when we are clicking through the variations, right? And that was going to be variant if it does have an ID, otherwise it's going to be default variant ID. And here we're going to create this const action with variant. We're going to call this form action dot, we're going to bind this null selected variant with selected variant ID. And then last, we're going to say final variant is going to be variance dot find variant dot ID is equals to selected variant ID. So this is actually going to be that final variant, and it's basically saying that undefined. So let's go ahead and put this one here. Just make sure that this is going to exist, and submit button is our next one. So let's go ahead and define the submit button function, this component rather, just under above this function right here. So I'm gonna say this, and obviously it's going to get our available for sale, and it's going to get our selected variant ID. Available for sale is going to be a boolean, and selected variant ID is going to be either a string or undefined. Here, first const, let's go ahead and add some button classes like so. Let's go ahead and add a disable class as well. We are just going to say if available for sale is not true, so it's not for sale, then just return a button and basically say out of stock, and here make this button disabled, and class name, let's do button class, and let's do disabled classes. Now here we can say if there is no selected variant ID, then return button. Inside that button will return a div plus icon from hero icon. Let's do height of 5, and here we're just gonna say add to cart like that. Let's give this div some class name, absolute left 0, margin left, let's do 4, and obviously we're gonna get this attribute to the button, which will have aria label. Please select an option. It's going to be disabled class name. And then finally, if everything's good, then we will return this piece of JSX, which is basically another button with aria label add to cart, class name, button classes, hover opacity 90, and then plus icon, all this good stuff, add to cart. All right, so there's no error, that should do it. So now there's one error right here, selected variant ID, because we have to create that form action. Okay, so let's see what other error we have. So okay, so we are getting a message and the form action from use form state with this function right here, add item. Now this is going to be our server actions. Now if this, what I'm talking about, doesn't make sense, I do have a comprehensive Next.js tutorial. I will put the playlist in the link and also in the description. So for this add item, inside our card, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call this, so actions.ts is going to be the file name, and here we are going to go ahead and do export async function. We're going to call this add item, like so, and this add item will take previous state, and that could be any, and then it's going to take selected variant ID. It's going to be either a string or undefined, and let's cart. So the way Shopify works is for each cart product, each cart, on each session, it assign a new ID. So you're gonna get this, and its store is in a cookie. So you're gonna get that. So let cart ID is equals to cookies. That's gonna come from next headers, and just basically going to, it gives us a get function, and here we are just going to give that cookie name, which is going to be cart ID in terms of like Shopify, and we're just going to get the value. if that exists. And here we are basically going to say if no cart ID or no selected variant ID, then just going to return a message saying error adding item to cart. Okay, but if everything goes correct, then let's do a try catch, await, add to cart. Now this is not the same add to cart function that we just created, right? We have to create this. We'll create this in a moment, but it will take that cart ID, and next up it's actually going to get some options, which are going to be your merchandise ID, which is going to be your selected variant ID, and it's going to get quantity of 1. Okay, we're going to run that function, and if there's anything wrong, actually after running this function, we are going to then revalidate tag. It's going to come from next cache, and inside catch we're just going to say return error adding item to cart, like so. Now let's go ahead and build this add to cart function, and this is going to be actually inside our lib folder, and here we're going to say export async function. We're going to call this add to cart. We are definitely going to get the cart ID, which is going to be the string, and we're going to get the lines, and the lines would be merchandise ID, which is going to be a part of a string, and obviously quantity is going to be a number. All right, and it's going to be an array, like so. We are going to return a promise with a cart type we already created in our types. Okay, so after this, so we'll just go ahead and grab this. So we have our response. We'll be using our Shopify fetch. Now this one is going to take Shopify add to cart operation. And instead of query this time, it's actually going to take add to cart mutation that we're going to create. And it's not going to take any types of tags. It's going to take a variables, which will have cart ID, and it will take lines. And then simply it's going to return reshape cart, and it's going to be res.body.data. Actually, let's go ahead, let's comment this out right now, and let's go ahead and create this one. So this is going to make more sense. It's going to give me auto completion. So Shopify add to cart operation. Let's go ahead and copy this, and here I'm going to go copy paste this one. So it's going to be our Shopify add to cart operation. It's going to have a data, cart lines, add, cart variables, cart ID lines, and all that good stuff. So if I now go back to this index file and bring this in, now if I go to data, cart lines ID, and then cart, now we're getting auto completion. Good. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this add to cart mutation now. And these mutations are gonna be sitting here in our lib folder in our Shopify. So we have our fragments, we have our queries. We are going to go ahead and create another folder for mutations. All right, so mutations will have a single file, which will be cart.ts. And we are going to add this add to cart mutation, which is going to be another GraphQL query. So we're going to mutation add to cart, cart ID, lines, cart line input. That will look for the cart lines add with the particular cart ID, and then it's going to update or add to cart, run the add to cart mutation in the GraphQL API, which is cart fragment. Let's go ahead and bring in the cart fragment here. So we are going to go ahead inside our fragment. Let's go ahead and create a new file. We're going to call this cart.ts, and inside the fragments, I'm going to copy paste this particular fragment. So cart fragment, another GraphQL. So take a look at this one, fragment cart on cart. It will run a mutation on various things like ID, checkout URL is going to look at the cost, total amount. So these are the things that it requires, the GraphQL API requires Shopify, and it's going to update the card and store the cookie, and everything will be done for you. So the product fragment, I believe we already have this one, so we are just going to bring that in here. So let's go here back now and get the card fragment, and then here now bring this one. Forgot to add here, we are going to, because it's going to be card, you are going to update it and you want to see. So I don't want this one to cache, so I'm going to pass in no cache here. I don't want to cache this. There's an error right here in the lines, and that's because of this misspelling here, merchandise ID. Now the next up, we are going to create this reshape card function. Let's go ahead and create this. And it is going to get cart. It's going to be a Shopify card type, and it's just going to return cart. Let's bring this in from our type, and let's see if no cart cost total tax amount, then cart dot cost dot total tax amount is going to be amount. And this is going to be like when you are putting in or adding the product into the cart and the tax are not calculated yet. Currency code is going to be USD. Then we're going to return the cart, and we're going to return lines, remove edges and nodes with the cart node lines. And I think there is an issue here because this is actually going to be an object. There you go. All right. Okay, so here now, action.ts, now we can go ahead and add our function. And in this add to cart, we will be able to bring this add item function from form action. And you can see here it is now, we will be able to bind the form action from here. Okay, so product description here. Now we're going to get this. All right. Let's go back to a product page here. And then we have our gallery. We're going to fix this, but now product description should be good. The product description is going to need something. Now this product description, since it is dealing with this APIs and everything, we are going to be using this Suspense. So let's see here and give, let me add some fallback. And here we're just going to add null. And the product description, we would need the product here, which will just be product. So before we all do this, we want to, so we are creating contacts. So for the product contacts, we also have to wrap our component with the product provider, right? So in order for us to do this, what we want to do is we're going to go back to our component, and we're going to go to our product and product context right above our use product. We are going to create, and this is going to be an export function. Now this product provider is going to take children, and this children will be type of React node, and inside here we're going to say const search params is equal to going to be use search params. I'm going to bring this in for from our navigation, and here we're going to say const. First of all, we're going to go get initial state. So we are going to get the params, and these params are actually going to be type of product state, which is going to be an empty string. It's going to be an empty object, and we're going to say for const key, and value of search params dot entries params add key is equals to value return params. Okay, so here in the product provider, you see that it is actually giving me an error. Now this is a TypeScript error, where it's basically saying type iterable iterator can only be iterated through when using this down level iteration flag, and that's going to be something that we have to turn to true in our tsconfig. So let's go ahead and go to our tsconfig.json, and here right under this lib I'm going to say down level iteration and turn this to true. If I save this and go over here, you see the error is gone. Now let's go ahead and keep working on this. So now we'll be working on the optimistic hook. To do that, what we're going to do, we're going to say const state set optimistic state, and we'll be using this hook that's coming from React, useOptimistic. It is going to take first initial state, I'm going to call this function, and the next one is actually going to be a function. So this function is going to take previous state, which is going to be product state, like so. It's also going to get update, which is going to be state as well, and it's just going to return previous state and update. Once we do that, we're going to do our update option. It's going to be another function. Update option is going to take name as string, value string as well. Let's have a new state here, going to be an object. And then here we're going to call set optimistic state with the new state. And we'll return state with new state, like that. We also have to update the image. So the update image will take index as string. Again, let's do new state. This time is going to be image. Add that index, and we're going to say set optimistic state, new state, and we'll be returning state and update image. Finally, we'll say const value, and we can use a memo here. Just basically going to take a function. Let's use parentheses so we won't have to return, and we are going to do state, update option, and update image. So we'll just memorize this state here. Let's see, and then we'll just return product context dot provider, and it's going to take the value with the value and go and return the children, like so. Let's make this component use client. We're using all sort of hooks here. That's good. Now here in our page, we want to now bring that provider, this product provider, and we want to wrap this entire JSX with that. So we're going to say provider, product provider, like that, like so. The other thing about this particular component is that you see that product, and it's saying that product is possibly undefined, and that is because, you know, in our getProduct function, we are either going to return a promise with all the products, or we are going to return undefined. So in this case, we have to kind of tackle what to do with undefined. So here, right now, we are just going to say if not product, return empty string. Here, we don't really want to return an empty string. We want to return something called not found, and I will come back to this one. But before that, I'm going to create this component related products. So let's go and uncomment this one, and I'm going to create related products inside this file. So here, we're gonna create an async function, and we're gonna call this related products. We're gonna destructure ID string. I'm going to say related products is equals to await. Now this is going to be a new function now. I'm going to call this get product recommendations with the ID. So before we do anything, let's go ahead and build this particular function. And this function, we are going to go ahead and create this within our Shopify index. Let's do it underneath here. Export async function. And this one is going to take product ID. It's going to be a string type. It's going to return a promise. That is going to be a product type, but that's going to be an array. We're going to do the same exact thing. Let me go ahead and copy. In fact, I'm going to grab this function. Instead of putting it here, I'm going to put it right underneath this function, getProduct. And let's go ahead and just copy this here and just update accordingly. We are going to call this Shopify product operation. We're going to call this Shopify product recommendations operations. We are also going to go ahead and create a specific query called getProduct query. tags.products is good. Variables, in here we are going to do product ID. And it is going to make use of reshape products because it is going to return an array. So it's going to be reshape products. We will need this one. Let's come back to this after we create our operations. And that's going to be in our types. There you go. Export type is going to get data. It's going to have product recommendation. Going to have Shopify product. Should have that already, but it's going to be an array. And here we're going to say variables. It's going to be product ID, which is going to be type of string. That's just going to be our type. So let's go back here, bring this. Okay, so here now in our data, we will have our product recommendations like so. Now for this particular query, we do have inside our query folder. Let's open this up. We have a product.ts. Let's go ahead and create here. So it's going to be get product recommendations query, GraphQL. It's going to run this query. We're going to call this get product recommendations. It's going to take a product ID. With the product ID, it's going to spit out some product, which is going to be the product fragment. Since we are in the same product file, we already have product fragment here. Let's go back, import this here, and in the page, now we have this function. Okay. So here, let's do some null check. So if there is no related products, we're just gonna just return null. Otherwise, we'll be returning some JSX. Let's do some div, some class name. I'm just going to add some padding. And here, let's do h2, related products. Do 4, let's add text to Excel, and let's do bold. Underneath this h2, we're gonna have our unordered list. Let's give this a class name of flex, width of full, gap of 4. And overflow, let's do X auto, and padding top, let's just do 1. And inside this unordered list, now we are going to go ahead and get related products dot map, which will give us a single product. We're going to create a list. This list will have key. Just give this a product handle that should be unique. Inside, also let's give some class name here as well. And I'm going to copy the class name. There you go, aspect square with full, flex none, because it's going to deal with images. And here we are going to bring in our link. The reason we want to do this is because related products, each image and the entire div should have a link so that user will be able to go there. First class name, let's see, relative, height, full, and width, full, like so. Obviously we need the href, and let's go ahead and construct this. We're gonna say product. So for product, we want to go to the product specific URL, and we will do it through product handle. And inside, let's just also do prefetch to true. Let's see, okay. Now here we will be using our grid tile image. It is going to take alt as the product.title. Let's also add a label, and here the label is going to be title as the product.title. Amount product.price range dot, do the max variant and then amount. And currency code is going to be product, price range, max variance, currency code. We are missing some other attributes. One of them are going to be source, product dot. Here we're going to say feature image that exists, get the URL from there. Let's go and add a fill attribute because we will be using sizes. And this is just going to be some CSS class that will be computing min width 1024, 20 v width. So it's very nice with the newer image component for Next.js that you can actually pass in some sizes, right? Instead of like width and height. Now you can do some CSS here. All right, that's actually done with, and here it is showing that I am missing an ID. So let's go and give this ID. There you go. I think we should be good with this product. Let's now, instead of empty string, let's just provide, it's going to be a function called not found. And this is going to come from not found next to navigation, like so. Here, I think this page inside our handle, it's going to be dynamic, right? So for a specific product with the handle, then we're going to get information from here. All right, so let's see if anything changes. Go and click on this. All right, I'm getting an error. You're importing a component that needs use form state. It only works in a client component. So let's go ahead and fix that up. So inside our add to cart.tsx, we are getting the use form state from React DOM and forgot to add, because it's a hook, use client. Let's see if there's any difference. Okay, for this particular error, we have to, like inside this action.ts, forgot to add this one as well. Whenever you're working with server actions, you have to mark this as server into JavaScript. So let's go ahead and fix that first. Possibly it's going to be here in our logo. Okay, so instead of that, let's do that. So let's see, if I click on here, it's actually giving me as 404. Error. So let me go back to, so let me come here and take a look at the get product and the get product query. If I go check it out here, so queries, I think the problem lies here, get product. This is actually going to be for get products query because we are actually querying get products. So this is not the query we actually want. We want a specific query that we're going to get that specific product. So we're going to say export const get product query. Now this is going to be just one product, not products, and this is going to be very simple. So GraphQL, now this one is going to query only one product and not products. It's going to have a handle string product, and it's going to get the product and product string like so. And that should give us some information. There you go. We had the product, but now it's giving us another problem, which is going to be the cart context. So, okay, so I think I know this problem here. So basically, so here in our cart context, we actually need to create a provider that we created for our product. Before this, use cart. Let's go and create a function, and that's going to be our cart provider, and we will add this provider. We will wrap our entire application with this cart provider. It's going to take children, and it's going to take cart promise, which will be react node, and cart promise will be promise type of card or undefined. We're going to get the initial cart, be using the use hook. We'll get cart promise. I'm going to say optimistic cart. We'll be using the useOptimistic here as well to update the cart. Optimistic cart, and then update optimistic cart. Use optimistic, which will get the initial cart, and the cart this time is going to be a reducer, which we will create in a moment. So the first update cart item is going to take merchandise ID, which is going to be type of string. Also going to take update type, which is going to be update type. And here we're going to say update optimistic cart with type, and this needs to be update item like so, and we will throw a payload here. It's going to be our merchandise ID and our update type. I'm going to say that pretty much the same thing, const add cart item, which will take variant, product variant, product, is also going to update the update optimistic cart with type and item, and with the payload of variant and product. At the end, we will use our use memo. It's going to be a function. Just basically we'll have cart, optimistic cart, update cart item, and add cart item. We'll use optimistic cart here. That's actually just our ESLint information, so we're just going to ignore that. Should work fine. And then at the end, we're just going to say return cart context dot provider. It's going to take value. It's going to be the value, and it's going to return our children. Like so, pretty similar to how we worked with our provider for product provider. This time we are actually going to go to our layout, and here we are going to bring in cart provider with cart promise, with the cart to const cart ID is equals to cookies, which is gonna come from headers. Get, forgot to call the function here. Now it's another function get, which is gonna be cart ID. If that exists, then just get the value out of it. That's gonna be the cart ID, and just gonna get the cart. It's gonna be get cart with the cart ID. Save. That's the cart from here. So get cart, and this cart functionality, we are going to create this inside our Shopify. Let's see. Let's go ahead and do this here. Export async function. get cart. This cart will get cart ID, which is going to be type of string or undefined, and it's going to promise, you know, by now we're doing the same exact thing. It's going to be type of cart, or it's going to be undefined. If no cart ID, then just simply return undefined. So you don't have to do anything here. But if there is a cart, then of course const res equals to Shopify fetch, which is going to get Shopify cart operation type, and it's going to get this query. You're going to get a new get cart query. So let's go ahead and build this type out. Let's do this here. So export a type. It gave us the data. Cart, which is going to be Shopify cart, and variables are going to be cart ID is the argument. You can think of variables as kind of like an argument passed to the API that they want, Shopify wants. So let's go back to index and grab this. And then let's do get cart query. Okay, we don't have a query for cart, so let's go and create this. .ts. It's going to be specifically for our cart. I'm going to copy paste this. So it's going to be get cart query, get cart with the cart ID. It's going to just get the cart. We already have the cart fragment, and that's this cart fragment that we created previously. So that should work. Let's save this. Go back to our layout page. Bring this here. And then one thing to notice here, we are going to call this function async, but we are not going to await this. We are just basically going to pass the promise to the provider. We don't need to await this here. Okay, good. And then let's go to cart context here. And we have, first of all, let's grab this use hook from React and this cart reducer. All right, so let's go ahead and create this cart reducer function, and we'll create this one right off the cart provider. Okay, we'll take state. It's going to be type of cart. It's a function. I don't need to export this one because I'm going to use this only here. And state is going to be cart or undefined, and then it's going to take an action. It's going to be a cart action, and it's going to return type of cart. Let's just define our type. This cart action is going to have a type that's going to have update item with payload merchandise ID. It's going to be a string. Update type is going to be update type. Type is going to be add item. Payload will be variant, product variant, and product will be product. I'm going to say const current cart is equals to either is going to be state, or we are going to basically create an empty cart function. So if the current cart is either going to be a cart already exist. If that's not it, then we have to kind of provide some information when it comes to empty cart. So let's go ahead and create that function. That's going to be a function create empty cart. That's going to be type of cart, which is going to return ID undefined, checkout URL, cost, all this information with 0, right? So everything will be 0. Total quantity, everything, okay? All right, now what we have to do is basically we have to create this switch, and this is how basically you work with any type of context in React. React context. So you have to create a cart reducer, some sort of reducer, and then the switch is going to take the action type. And based on that, we are going to say case. In case of update item, it should go ahead and do const merchandise ID, and update type is equal to action. Let's go get this from the action dot payload, and then here let's say update lines. Let's say current cart dot lines dot map it over. It's going to give us one item. Let's say update dot merchandise ID should be merchandise ID. If that's true, we are going to update the cart. The cart item is the new function with the item, and update type, else just item. Alright, so update lines would be current cart lines. We're going to map it through this, and then with that item, we're going to take a look at item.merchandise.id if that matches with our merchandise ID. And if that's the case, then we're going to update the cart with the item and update type. So let's go ahead and create this update cart item function. Let's go ahead and create this function here. It's going to take item, cart item, take type. It's going to be update type. Just going to return cart item or null. If update type is equals to delete, then return null. So if the update type is delete, we're going to delete that item. And then we're going to say quantity. New quantity is going to be update type is equals to, if that is plus, see, this is what we created, update type, plus, minus, and delete. So these are the three, plus, minus, or delete. So if the update type is plus, if that's true, we're going to say item dot quantity plus 1. Okay, one at a time you can add the item. Otherwise, it's going to be item dot quantity minus 1. All right, if it's plus, if that's true, then add it. If that's not true, then decrease it. And if it's delete, then just return null, right? That's going to be our new quantity. Now, if new quantity is 0, then also you're going to return null. All right. Now let's do single item amount. Const single item amount is going to be number type. It's going to be item dot cost dot total amount dot amount divide by item dot quantity. It's going to be a single item amount, and then we're going to say new total amount is going to be calculate. So this is where we are going to calculate and show how much it is based on the values of the product in the cart, right? So calculate item cost. We're going to create this function with the new quantity, and we're going to say single item amount dot toString. Just call this function here, because this is going to be a number, right? Single item amount is a number. So calculate item cost. Let's go ahead and create this function. And this is pretty simple. We are going to take quantity It's going to be a type of number. We're going to get the price, which is going to be type of string, and it is going to return string. It's going to return, let's course this into number because price is coming as a string, and then multiply this one with the quantity, and then return this as toString. Alright, that's good. Now let's return an object with item, but also return the quantity with the new quantity, cost. Let's add this to the item.cost, total amount is going to be item.cost dot total amount, and amount is going to be new total amount. Alright, so we get the update cart items, which is going to get, so now I'm going to go ahead and filter this, and it's going to be boolean as cart item. It's going to be an array, like so. Now we're going to see if update, let's call this updated lines. So if updated lines dot length is 0, then we will return current cart with lines, that's going to be an empty array. Total quantity is going to be 0, and cost is going to be an object with current cart cost with total amount, it's another object with current cart cost total amount. Amount will be a 0 as a string. Here we're going to return current cart update cart totals. I'm going to create this with update data lines. With updated lines like that. Let's go ahead and create this update cart total function here. I'm going to take lines, it's cart item, but it's going to be an array, and it's going to return pick. It's going to be cart total quantity, or it's going to be cost. And the first we're going to say const total quantity is equals to lines dot reduce. Lines dot reduce, you're going to reduce this one by sum item, and it's going to be sum plus item quantity. It's actually going to be lines because it's an array. And let's do another const total amount. It's going to be again lines dot reduce, and same thing. I have sum plus number item dot cost total amount dot amount. Let's see, I think there you go. And last, I'm gonna say currency code. Take the first one, if anything exists, cost dot total amount dot currency code USD, like that. And then finally we can return total quantity, and we'll return cost. It's going to be sub total amount. It's going to be amount toString and currency code. We're also going to, let's do this. Let's make this, and I'm going to say total amount. This time it's going to be amount. It's going to be total amount toString, currency code, and then we're going to say total tax amount. It's gonna, so this time amount will be 0 because we are not going to calculate the tax. Shopify will do this. Amount to string, currency code, total amount to string. All right, so that's that. So after this case, we are going to check for another case, and this time is going to be, let's take const variant and product. Get this from our action.payload, and let's check existing item, which is going to be in the current card.lines.find. We're going to check if that already exists here already. That's going to take the item.merchandise.id. It's going to be variant.id. So finding if that item already exists, then const updated item is going to be create or update card items, the new function that we will create. So it's basically create or update card item, which will take the existing item and the variant and the product. All right, let's go ahead and create this function. All right, it's going to take this things here, and let's go ahead and give this, it's going to be card item or undefined. Variant will be product variant, and product will be product, like so. And it's going to return card item. Const quantity is equals to existing item. If there is existing item, then existing item dot quantity plus 1. Okay, we can increase this one if the item already exists. Const total amount. It's going to then, we're going to use our calculate item cost, which will give us our quantity. Need a quantity. I will do variant dot price dot amount, and we'll return this object. So we will return ID, which will existing item ID. Quantity will be quantity. Cost will be total amount. Amount total amount. The currency code, variant price currency code. And for the merchandise, we'll return ID, variant ID, title, variant title, selected options, product, handle, title, and feature image. Okay, so now we're going to do const updated lines is going to be existing item as true, current card dot lines dot map. It's going to give me an item. It's going to have an item That's true. I'm going to say updated item, otherwise item. And here, if that's not true, then it's an array with current cart dot lines with updated item. It's not going to be mal, it's map. Okay, let's go ahead and return our current cart, our update cart totals function with the updated lines, and lines, let's return our updated lines like that. Here, let's add in a default, return current cart like that. Okay, so we have our reducer ready. We're using hooks here, so I am going to use this as a client component, and there you go. We have our product here. So far, we also have our related products. We still don't have our cart image, right? Because we haven't really created that. So, okay, so let me go ahead and close everything here and concentrate on building that cart model that we want to build. So we are going to go ahead and do this. There you go. So what we want to do, if you remember, we actually commented this out, and this is going to be in our navbar. So this particular cart model, we will build this inside our cart. Let's go ahead and create a new file, and we're just going to call this one modal.tsx. All right, export default function cart modal. It's going to return some JSX. Let's open some fragment side here. Let's do a button, and this button will have a component called open cart that we're going to create. This button will have a label of open cart like that, and we'll be using transition, and this transition is actually going to be from our Headless UI React. So we're going to do this, and this transition will have something called a show, and it will take is open inside our transition. There's going to be a dialog element. It's also going to come from our Headless UI React, and this dialog will have a property called onClose, and that's going to do close cart. And let's say class name, relative, and z50, just so that our dialog is always going to be on top of everything else. Inside here, we're going to have another transition. This time we're going to have child, and here we are going to have basically some attribute. So we'll decide like this. So transition.child is gonna be as fragment, which we can grab from React. So enter to, leave from. So these are basically what you want to have effect CSS wise, right? So when you enter, you will have a transition all, easy now, duration of 300, and enter from opacity 0, and then enter to opacity 100, and then some classes that's going to affect when you leave and where you leave from and to. So inside this, we're gonna have a div, which is gonna be self-closing div. We're gonna have a class name, and we're gonna say fixed, inset 0, and let's see, background black, what about that? And let's do aria hidden, let's do to true. And what we want to do is inside this, we are going to make another here, transition child. Let's go ahead and copy the attributes again some CSS function, same attributes as before. Now this time, instead of this, we're actually going to have our dialog, and it's going to have a panel. We'll have some class name, and inside this dialog panel, we're gonna have a div. Let's say class name here as well. Let's do flex items center. and let's do justify between. And here we're gonna have basically say my cart. Let's put some class name here as well. Let's do text large, and font, let's do semi-bold. Let's do button, and this button will basically return a component that's going to be close cart, and this button will basically have an aria label, which is going to be close cart. It's going to have an on click close cart, like so. And here underneath this div, we're going to basically say if there is no cart or cart dot lines dot length is equals to 0, then we're going to render something. Otherwise, we're going to render something else. Let's do a div side here. We're going to say shopping cart. Let's go and get this shopping cart icon with class name. Let's just do 16 on this, and then right underneath let's have a p tag. This is if the cart is empty, right? Go and grab this class names. Now if there is something, let's go and add div. I'm going to add some class here. Inside this div, we're going to have an unordered list. Basically, we are going to show each product. So let's do flex in the cart, flex grow, overflow auto, and padding top bottom is going to be 4. Now here, let's do another check, and we're going to say, let's go and bring the cart here so it doesn't give me error. So it's going to be cart and update cart item from use cart, like so. And obviously whenever we use hook, has to be use client, like that. Okay, so now we can go cart.lines and we can sort this, and so it's gonna be this, and then a.merchandise.product dot title dot local compare, and I'm going to do with b dot merchandise dot product title, like so. And then here we'll have item and index, and that's going to be, let's do merchandise search params, merchandise search param doesn't exist. I'm gonna build this params, and then from here item dot merchandise dot, now we're gonna get the selected options, and then we'll call for each on it, and it's going to give us name, value, if value is not equal to default option, and we're going to say merchandise search params, and we're going to get this name dot to lowercase is equals to value, like that. Const merchandise URL is equals to going to be create URL function, and we'll be passing this one to product, and we'll say item dot merchandise dot product dot, we want the handle, and new URL search params with merchandise search params. And then we'll return a list item. Just get the key out of the way, which is going to be just the index and class name like that. Div, some class name here as well. Inside this div, we're going to say delete item button. It's going to be another component. Underneath this div, let's go and create another div with class name flex and flex row. Here we're going to do this one. Okay, and inside this div, we're going to have image component from Next, and let's just copy paste here. So we'll have this image with the class name height and width full object cover width and height 64. You can have alt item merchandise product feature image dot alt text or item merchandise product title. Source would be item merchandise product dot feature image dot URL. Right underneath this div, we're going to have a link. Let's go ahead and bring this link from next link, and href would be this merchandise URL. On click would be the close cart. Class name inside the link we'll have a div. Inside there we have a span with the product title, and right underneath that we're going to actually do some JavaScript item.merchandise.title. If that's not equals to default option, then we will add text item.merchandise.title, otherwise it's going to be null. Right underneath this div we'll have this. So basically it's going to just hold the price. We do have our price component with some class name, amount, currency code. Here we're going to have another div, edit item quantity button that we're going to create, and then we'll have the item quantity and edit item quantity button again here as well. Alright, so right under this unordered list we're going to have another div. Now this div, let me go ahead and copy paste here. Well, let's talk about it. So underneath this UL, now this is going to be our taxes, right? So again, some CSS here, basically div, inside div, and then taxes. We're going to have a price component, and then we're going to have our shipping, and then total and price component. These are just pure HTML JSX with some Tailwind CSS. It should be just self-explanatory when you're going to look into the repo. Right underneath here, we are going to be having our form with the action redirect to checkout and checkout button. Okay, so that should do it, but let's go ahead first up and then build the functions that we need. So we already have our cart and update cart from our use cart. We're going to create is open, and set is open is going to be from use state. Initially it's going to be false. Let's get quantity ref. It's going to be from use ref, which is from React. Here we're going to say if cart do exist, then the total quantity, and then const, let's just create those two functions. It's going to be open cart. It's going to say set open to true. And then obviously our close cart is going to be set open to false again. Now here we're going to check something. We're going to utilize our use effect. And we're going to check if there is no cart, then create cart and set cookie. Okay, That's the function you're going to create, and that's going to be depending on the cart dependency. Let's create another use effect, and that's going to be if the cart has total quantity, if that's true, and then if cart has total quantity but it's not equal to quantity ref.current and cart total quantity is more than 0, then we'll say if is open is false, then set is open to true, quantity ref.current equal to cart dot total quantity, and that's going to have some dependencies. We're going to have is open, we're going to have cart total quantity dependency, and obviously we're going to have our quantity ref as a dependency. All right, in this button here, let's go ahead, add our on click, which is going to be our open cart function, and run that. And this open cart, let's go ahead and build this component, and this one gonna have in our card folder, I'm gonna call this open-card.tsx. We're gonna build it's gonna get some stuff as a prop. It's gonna get class name and it's gonna get quantity. Like that. Class name is going to be string, and that's not going to be mandatory, it's going to be optional. Sometimes, you can pass in some class name if you want to, and quantity also doesn't have to be there. That's going to be a number. Side here, we are just going to simply return this JSX quantity like that. So here we are going to get this. Let's get our shopping cart icon here as well, and we will get this CLSX here. All right, so basically it's going to return a div. Inside that div, we'll have our shopping cart icon. If there is a quantity, then it's going to give us the quantity, and this is going to be for the cart, right? So you should be seeing, like, if you have 3 products, your cart icon should show you that. So once you have that, now you can bring that in, and here we are going to just pass in our quantity as cart if there is a quantity. Now time to build this close cart component. I'm gonna go ahead and do the same exact thing inside our cart folder. We're gonna call this close cart.tsx, and this is going to be pretty simple. So we are creating a function close cart, class name is a string, and X mark icon is just the icon itself. So that's pretty much what it's doing. So let's go ahead and bring this in like so. Let's go down. It's merchandise search params. Let's go ahead and create this type. And we can create this type here. So merchandise search params will have key as a string, and the value will be string. Let's see what other component we are missing. It's default option. So this is going to be in our constant. So in our constants, you might not have this. Bring this in now. Delete item button. Let's go ahead and create another component. I'm going to call this delete item button.tsx. This is going to be a delete item button function, which is going to take item and optimistic update. So let's go ahead here, bring this in, give this item, which is going to be item, and optimistic update is going to be update cart item function like so. So once we have that, let's bring this cart item, use form state. Let's bring that in, and the moment we are using use form state, we have to make our component as a client component. Let's also bring this icon from And now we have to build out some form action. Before we do that, let's go back to our modal and let's see if there's any other component that we have to build. All right, we also have an edit item quantity button. That's going to be another file. I'm going to call this edit item quantity button.tsx, and this function right here, an item quantity button, will actually require some of the props. One of them is going to be an item type, and then optimistic update. Item is going to be cart item, and then type is going to be either plus or it's going to be minus, and optimistic update would be type of any, and we'll return something. Let's bring this in, and you see that item is item, type is minus, and optimistic update is going to be update cart item. So edit item quantity here, we are actually going to create a form. We are also going to utilize this action. Here we are going to create a component called submit button, and it's going to have a type as a prop, which will say type. Underneath the submit, we're going to have the message aria label. We're going to say polite, and actually we have some class name which is going to be just SR only, and a role. Let's go ahead and get this. That's going to be status. Right, save this submit function. We are just going to go ahead and build this. Let's just go ahead and build this up above. So the function submit button, which takes a type, and this type could be either plus or minus, and then it's just going to return a button with type submit aria label. If type is plus, then increase item quantity or reduce item quantity. Class name, we're going to add this class with the use of CLSX. I'm sure if we have this here. If type is equal to plus, we're going to bring in the plus icon from our hero icon. Inside this action, we are going to do something. We are going to utilize our server action. So you're going to say async, which is going to be a function. And inside here, we're going to say optimistic update, and it's going to take payload.merchandise ID and a type. And then we are going to call a function. We're going to say action with variant like so. Just before this return, we're going to say const message, and it's going to be from form action. We're going to utilize form state again, and we're going to say update item quantity with null, and then we are also going to create a payload object. Just basically have these two, merchandise ID, which will be item.merchandise.id, and the quantity would be if type is plus, then item.quantity plus 1, otherwise item.quantity minus 1. And here lastly, it's going to be with action. It's going to be a function. Actually, it's going to be form action dot bind. We're going to bind this with null with the payload. All right, these errors are going to go away once we actually have this update item quantity functions. So let's go back to our modal here, and I believe we have this redirect to checkout, but that's an action. We're going to create all this, and then but let's go ahead and create this checkout button component. And this checkout button component is a simple one. We are going to go ahead and just call this here. So it's going to be appending, which is going to be use form state, use form status. Let's get this from here, and let's get this loading dots. This is just a component that we're going to create inside our components. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to say loading. This is just for visual, right? TSX, loading.tsx, like so. Dots, loading dots is just going to give you some spans with some Tailwind CSS. So here, let's grab them. Let's now go to our create cart and set cookie function. This one. Let's go ahead and copy this. And I want to go to action.ts. Right underneath here, we are going to create export async function. I'm going to call this create card and set cookie. It's not going to take anything, and let card is equals to await create card. That's a function. We're going to call this, and we're going to call this cookies. Let's go ahead and set this. We're going to set with card ID with card.id must, right? So now this create card function will be creating this into our Shopify. Let's do here just above add to cart. We are just going to copy paste. It's a async function create card that will return a promise with the card type, and Shopify create card operation. Let's then copy this. Let's go to our types just right underneath here. Let's go ahead and create this Shopify create card operation, which will have data card create with card and then Shopify card. Save this. Let's go back to here and let's bring this create card mutation. We'll be going to our mutations inside our card. Underneath here, let's go ahead and create this export const create card mutation. Again, it's a GraphQL create card lines item card line input card create input lines item give the card, and then obviously card fragment. We already have this. So here in the mutation to bring this, so let's go and bring this in. We have create card and set cookie function here all set. So now let's go to our action. Let's go to delete item button first of all, and let's go ahead and fix this. We are using use form state. Basically it's going to be another action. Here let's go ahead and create export async function. Let's call this remove item. It's going to take previous state, type of any, it's fine. It's going to take merchandise ID, type of string, and let card ID is equals to going to be cookies. It's a function, so dot get, just a function, and what it's going to get, we call this card ID right here, and we're just going to get the value, okay? And we're going to say if not card ID, then return missing card ID, like that. Let's do a try catch here if there is a card. So I'm going to say const card is equals to await get card with the card ID, and here now we're going to say if no card, then obviously return error fetching card. Otherwise let's get the line item card.item. Actually it's going to be card.lines dot, I'm going to find get the line. I'm going to say line dot merchandise.id is equals to merchandise ID, like that. And then we're going to say if line item and line item dot ID, if those exist, remove from card is another function we'll take. I'm going to say that will take card ID and line item dot ID, and then we'll basically do revalidate tag tags dot cart, else I'm going to return item not found in cart. And if there's an error, then obviously return error removing item from cart. Alright, that's our remove item function. It's not quite done yet because we need to create this get cart, and this get cart function we are also going to create this inside our Shopify. So let's create this here. Let's do export async function get cart ID, which is going to be part of string or undefined if there's no card, and then you're just going to either card or it's going to be undefined. So we're going to return if no card ID, then return undefined else. Also, we're gonna do this response, get the Shopify fetch with Shopify cart operation, get with the query, get cart query, cart ID tags and everything. And here, obviously, we have to check that because the old carts now becomes null when you check out, right? So if body.data.cart it's not true, then return undefined the cart. You're going to return reshape cart with res.body.data.cart. Let's save this. Okay, so inside here we now need the remove from cart function. So again, inside here, create this function here. It's going to be remove from cart. It's going to take a cart ID, which is string, line IDs, which is going to be an array of strings, and it's going to return a cart. We're going to do a Shopify fetch on Shopify remove from cart operation. Not sure if we have it. It doesn't look like we have it. So let's go ahead and copy this and go into types. And let's just put this here. This is going to be our remove cart operation types. Data, cart lines remove, cart, Shopify cart, variables, cart ID, line IDs. And so let's bring this here, remove cart mutation. Now this one is going to be just underneath here. Remove from cart mutation. We have the create cart mutation, now we have the remove mutation. Let's go and grab this and save it here, and that should do it. Let's bring this in. All right, so far we have our delete item button. So this remove item, let's bring this from our action, and that should solve this. And using the use form state, it's going to give us a message in form action. And that's there. That's that. So delete item. So let's go back to our edit item quantity now, and let's fix that. So we are also going to have to create this update item quantity. All right, it's going to be pretty much the same when you're creating the server action. So let's go ahead and copy this one and go to our action. And let's go ahead and create this one. Export async function, call this update item quantity, and just like the previous function we created, if you take a look, we are going to get this previous state, which is going to be type of any, and then we're going to get payload, and this is going to be our merchandise ID, which is going to be string, and we'll have our quantity number. Okay, so let's go here, and you see that we update quantity and then null. Let cart ID, it's going to be pretty much cookies dot get. It's going to be cart ID, and then we're going to get the value. Obviously, let me go ahead and grab this. It's going to be pretty much the same thing. And then right underneath here, we are going to get merchandise ID and the quantity that's going to come from payload. Then we're going to do our try catch. Inside our try catch, const cart await get cart with, it's missing cart ID, and then obviously if not cart, in fact let's do this, if not cart, return error fetching cart, const line item is equals to cart dot lines dot find. It's going to give me one line, and we're going to be checking line dot merchandise.id is equals to merchandise ID. And here we're going to do pretty much the same thing. We're going to check line item if that exists and line item.id exists. And if quantity is equals to 0, then we're going to call remove from cart with the cart ID and line item.id. Else we're going to update cart, and this is the new function we're going to create. We're going to pass in cart ID and some other payloads like ID, merchandise ID, and quantity. Otherwise, if quantity is more than 0, then we're just going to await add to cart. So if the item doesn't exist in the cart and quantity is more than 0, add it. So add to cart, we're going to call this cart ID, merchandise quantity, and then we're going to revalidate the tag. And if there's any error, console log error and return error updating item quantity. Let's go ahead and create this update cart. Just here, remove cart. We'll be creating a function called update cart. So export async function update cart. Cart ID lines is going to return promise. Pretty much the same that we did. Shopify update cart operation. Let's go ahead and create that. This, save it. And here, let's bring this in. And then we will create edit cart items mutation. So this is going to be a new mutation, and that's going to be, I believe it's this one right here, which is a mutation. So I'm going to just put this right above remove from cart mutation, which is going to be a edit cart mutation, right? So let's bring in that, save, action, bring, update cart now. Okay. That should solve that. Okay, so we are done with our edit item. Let's go ahead. I think there is one more, and go to the modal.tsx. Redirect to checkout is going to be another. Going to do in actions. So right before, let's see, when did we do? Okay, I'm going to grab this and put this all the way down, like there, and right before this. We're going to create this function, redirect to checkout. It's basically going to look for the cart ID, the same thing, going to get the value out of cart ID. If there's nothing, then missing cart ID, and then it's going to get the cart. There's no cart, error fetching cart. Then it's actually going to redirect to the checkout URL. And this redirect will come from next navigation, and then that should do it. All right, I think so far we don't have any error. Is a cart logo. If I go and click it, it does open this nice little drawer. Your cart is empty. My cart. Now I want to go to all. Let's go ahead and take a look at this one. So if I do add to cart, this one, as you can see, does go to the cart. It is going up. And then you see the taxes are now 0. Okay, so let's go ahead and fix our issue with our product page. So far, if we take a look, we have our logo, we have our navigation, we have our search, we also have our cart section here. Everything is good. So we are very close to finishing this project. So let's go ahead and click on all, and it's going to give us all the product that we added to our Shopify Headless CMS. Now, if I click on here, this particular product, and this is the product that has the color variation and size, and this is something that I manually created. This is not coming from the spreadsheet. So I manually created this one. So if I click on here, you see that it actually doesn't select it. So we really have to work on the variant selector component that we create this, right? Also, there's another problem with, let's go down and let's just randomly choose, let's say, this particular product, and the product that do not have any type of variance, it is showing this title and default title, this random thing that we don't want. So if we go back to our application, and let me go ahead and close everything, and let's take a look. This is going to be in our product page, in our product route, inside this handler. So let's go to so I'm going to close these components, this lib, and inside our app, we want to be inside the product route, inside our handle, and then this page.tsx. Inside this page.tsx, we have all this great tile image. Everything is good here for the related products, but this is what we want to go to product description. So let's go and grab go here, the product description, we have our price, and then we have our pros here for any type of HTML we want to send out, and this is the variant selector. So if I go here, this is the component that deals with this type of variant that we want to grab from our Shopify. So here you see that we did created these two variables, update URL, and it's coming from use update URL and has no options or just one option. But we are not actually using this one because this is great. So we still have to work with this. So just making sure that this is actually use client, because this is going to be, we are going to use hook. So right here inside this button, you see that this whole component, we are wrapping this inside a form. So inside this form, in this button, we are going to be utilizing something called form action. So we will do form action attribute, and here it's just going to create an arrow function here where we are going to say new state is equal to update option, and that's going to be with option name lowercase with the value. Save that. And then we are going to update our URL with this new state, like so. So this form action was missing from this component. And then right now, for this has no option or just one option. Here what we want to do is we are basically want to say if has option or just one option, then we don't want to return anything. So it was returning this title and default titles, that weird component there. It's not going to return anything, it's going to return a null. So that should fix our problem. As you can see here, we don't have that title or default title, it's now fixed. Let's go ahead, check out on this particular product that has more variants and try to add this. So we're going to say black, or let's say burgundy here. This is the image, and then let's do this and then add to cart like that. It is getting added to our cart. We can optimistically update, and you see that the price getting updated as well. Now I can go ahead and click on proceed to checkout. It is going to the store password here. If I go here and I want to see if I add the password, if it actually works. It's probably not going to work because of the route. So if I go ahead and customize this one, you see the redirecting, right? So if I click on this storefront, this is the host name that I want the Shopify to actually redirect. This doesn't exist right now. So checkout experience is tied with this host name. So in this case, what we need to do is first, let's get everything inside our code base and push it to our GitHub. And then through Vercel, we'll upload this entire thing and give this host name to the Vercel application. All right. You can also see that if I go to home, I do have this is persisted, and I also can add. So if I click on, not sure if I put this link, let me see here. So I want to go to page.tsx. Okay, so for the search women's collection, we have it, but we don't really have the man's collection for some reason. Let me go ahead and grab this here. So that's going to be, did we call man's collection though? Let me see here. So if I click on that, it goes to women's collection. Good. What about man? It goes to man's collection. Okay, so good thing. And then obviously, if you need the shop sale, you just create a new collection that is sales. We might have something. Let me just, I think this is just going to be sales. I don't know if it's if we call it sales collection or just sell. Yeah, we called it sell. So we're just going to go ahead and do this. Save that. Home, shop sale will go to specifically the sales page. Let me go ahead and push everything to our GitHub and get an URL, and I'll be right back. Okay, I think I have got everything into my Git repository. This is the one I need. Do want to add in the environment variables. Okay, so I press deploy. So deployment queued, so it's going to start. And let's see if it actually deployed properly. Okay, so it gave us some problem with, we can check it out in the build logs. And there is a type error. Okay, so search page.tsx. You're gonna go to search and then page. So here, so this line needs to be deleted. Okay, export defaults async. So what I want to do right now, I want to build this and see if I have any errors before I push into GitHub. Okay, so here mostly got warnings. That's going to be for the image, that's fine. And there is one error, which is, let's see, it should be in the app page.tsx. So, and the error stated can be escaped with, let's copy this. Oh, this one right here. So should be, okay. So I did everything correctly, just I think the cells ones I missed. So let's build this again. Okay, so we have got the build passed. So let's go to our new project, and that should trigger a new. So let's go to project. So there you go, there's queue upcoming. Now it's going to build. Let's see if Vercel can build this properly. All right, if we go to deployment, you see that it is actually showing ready. So let's go and take it out. Oh, look at this. If I visit right now, there you go. It gave me this randomly chosen link, but the application is now public. So let's go to here. And the thing I'm going to do is, let's see, I need to change the domain. Okay, I need to go here, not the specific version, but the project itself, and click on domain here. Okay, so here I'm going to go ahead and edit this, and I am going to go, let's see what the domain it actually gave me, demo-next-store-vercel. Okay, so here if I go to project, you see that demo-next-store-vercel.app. It's actually not bad. So let me go ahead and copy this, go to my Shopify, and now put this here. And I don't need this HTTPS or anything like so. And I don't also need this slash. And if I save this right here, exit, view your store, there you go. Now you can go directly from your admin with the headless theme. Now it's going to redirect to your application that is stored on Vercel. So in this case, all the data, so if I click on all, are coming from Shopify, and we are utilizing Shopify as just the Headless CMS, but everything your store does is a very custom that you build out with Next application. So let me now try to add something to the cart, and let's see if it allows me to check out. And as you can see here, it does allow me to check out. It goes to next-commerce-cj.myshopify. This is the store my Shopify when you created the instance gave you. And here it has all your payment. Now this payment option is not enabled. If you want to enable this payment just for trying purpose, you have to give credit card. They're not going to charge it, but they're going to use your credit card as a verification. But as you can see here, this page, this whole thing is going to be managed by Shopify. So you can go to your blog post, navigation. In fact, we have to talk about these pages that we're going to create, right? So we have about do not, about, and contact pages. So let's go ahead and do that. But other than that, the main functionality is now working. You see, we also have our cart. If I inspect, if you see application and this cookies, you see that we do have a unique value for our cart ID. Now, one more thing I want to do inside in Next application, you saw that every time I'm making any changes or adding any product or collections, I do have to then go into our Next application and delete the Next. So I'm deleting all the cache and then rebuilding this. In order for us to utilize their webhooks, Shopify actually provides us a webhook that is a real-time connection, right? Anytime you create a product or collection, you should be able to, your store should be able to update according to it. In order to do this, we will be creating some webhook links, connection strings. So let me go ahead and do that. So let's see, the settings, I'm gonna go to webhooks, and from here we are going to create multiple webhooks. First, we want to create a random UID. So we're gonna copy this one. I will provide a resource page where you can just create an online GUID generator, and I'm just going to put this into our application env. There is a variable for this random ID, an environment variable, and you see that we already have this revalidation secret where I'm going to now edit, and I'm going to save this. We're going to add this. So the first one we want to do is for collection creation. It's going to say collection creation. We're going to keep the format JSON. The URL we want to put is going to be this URL, and we'll utilize our API for this. We will create that. And you're going to say revalidate with secret equals to, now this is going to be the secret that we just created. Now, before we add more webhooks, let's go ahead and create our API endpoint in our application and then test just one webhook. We are going to go ahead and create inside our app folder. We will create another directory and we'll call this API. So inside this API, we'll create another folder and we call this revalidate. And we will create a route.ts here. Now here it's going to be simple. We're going to export an async function. We're going to call this a post HTTPS. If you want to know more about this, obviously go check out my full comprehensive Next.js application video series. I'll link that in the description. Here we're going to say request, which is going to be type of next request, which will return a promise. And here we're going to say next response, which will both next request and next response are going to come from next server. And inside here, which is going to return revalidate with the request. And this revalidate is something that we have to create in our Shopify index. At the very end, we will create export async function. We're going to call this revalidate. This is going to take request, which is going to be type of next request. We'll return a promise with next response. We'll add some comments here. This is called from app/api/revalidate.ts. So providers can control revalidation logic. And before I add more here, there are some comments needed here. We always need to respond with a 200 status code to Shopify. Otherwise, it will continue to retry the request. We want to create these variables first, and these are going to be collection webhooks. So collections/create, collections/delete, and update. These are the webhooks. We only have the create collections as of right now, but we'll basically for collections create, delete, and update. Product webhooks are going to be for product create, delete, and update. Topic, headers.getX Shopify topic or unknown. Secret, next URL search params.get secret, the secret that we are going to pass in through our webhook. And then we're going to create another two variables, is collection update, collection webhooks.includes topic, is product update, product webhook includes topic. The topic would be that X Shopify topic, right? Now, create the next sort of logic. There you go. So first, if there is no secret or secret is not equal to the process.env.shopify revalidation secret, remember that this revalidation secret is also in our environment variable that needs to match. Then console log error invalid revalidation secret, but always return with the status 200. If is collection update and not is product update, if there is no collection update, there's no topic. When there is an update, there's going to be a topic send out. Header should come from next headers. Then we're just basically going to say we don't need to revalidate anything for any other topics. And then if is collection update, if there is a collection update, then revalidate tag. And we will get this from our cache that will revalidate with tags.collection is product, tags.products. And at the end, return next response or JSON status 200. It revalidated true, and now it's date now. I'm going to go ahead and push this code to our GitHub so that it goes to our deployed application as well. Okay, so I have pushed everything to our GitHub with our new API route. Once it's finished building, then we are going to try that collection creation task, and let's see if that updates from our cache. Okay, so this should be our latest version. And here, let's go ahead and try to create a collection. And I'm going to say test collection. And let's just add some products. Let's just add these 2 products and add and save it. And let us go to our application. Let's see if I do all. There you go. We have the test collections right away with these 2 products. All right, so our webhooks is working. So let's go ahead, add all the other webhooks. So once more, you go to settings, and here you just search webhooks like so, the first example, and then you can create all the other webhooks that we need. So we created collection creation. We are going to create collection deletion, format JSON, store URL, /API /revalidate, and then secret is equals to, we have to now get that stick creation. We got our deletion. Let's go and create our update, and then we're going to create the same thing for product. So okay, so let's close this. Okay, so since we have all our webhooks set up, let's go ahead and try to add a product and see if our application updates properly. So here I'm going to go ahead, add a product, and I have a name. So let's go ahead and put this title. Let's go ahead and put this description right here, and let's go ahead and add from URL, and the URL will be add file. All right, we're gonna say done. Let's go ahead and add a price. We're just gonna say $9.99. And let's do some quantity here. Let's just do 5. Add some sizes like so. And let's just add a color. It's going to be this color. Okay. I think we should be good. Now let's go ahead and save this. Okay. So now we have a product added, sweatshirt. Okay. Here, I'm going to go to all, and you see that our new product is added. Now let's go ahead, add that particular product to our collections, which is going to be kids. And let's go ahead and add this to this one right here. So that is as an update to collection. So that should reflect in our store. Go ahead and refresh this a little bit and go to our kids section. And there we go. Right away, we have this particular product. You can click on here. It has its sizes, it has its color, and then the image, because we get the image from URL, but once it's cached, it will be much faster for our next visit. So we can also add this one. And there you go, to proceed to checkout. There you go. Okay, so we are very, very close to finishing our project. What we want to do right now is add those pages that we talked about. So in our online stores, you see that these 3 pages came by default from Shopify, but we want to show it to our next application. And if you want to add any page, you can add it as well. So let's go ahead and do just that. Inside our app, we're going to create a new folder, and this is going to be dynamic. So within this square brackets, I'm going to call this page because it's going to have all our pages. And inside here, we're going to create a file. We're going to say page.tsx, like so. And here we're going to say export default function page. Let's go ahead and make this function an async. And this particular page, inside here, we're going to say const page is equals to await get page. Just like all our other function, like get post, get collection, we are also going to create a function that is going to be get page. Okay, we are going to get the page from the params, so that's going to be params, which will have page, which will be a type of a string. And inside this particular function, we are going to simply pass in params.page. And we're going to say if not page, we are just going to simply return not found. Okay, and then we are going to return some JSX. Now, before we do that, let's go ahead and create this getPage function. And as usual, we are going to be doing this inside our lib Shopify index. So let's just go ahead and do it at the very end. We are going to go ahead and say export async function, going to be getPage. It's going to take handle, which is going to be a string, and it's going to return a promise, and it's going to return a page type. We're going to say const res is await good old Shopify fetch, which is also going to take an operation type. So we're going to just say here Shopify page operation, and then pass in an object. We're going to say query, which is going to be getPage query. We are going to say cache. We're going to say no store, and variables we are going to say handle, and we're just going to simply return our res.body. In fact, before we return this, let's comment this out. Let's create this type page in our types.ts like so. So this is going to be type of page, which will have an ID, a title, a handle, body summary, SEO created at and updated at. And we will go ahead and bring that in. And here we're going to also create this Shopify. Let's put the type here. This is going to be Shopify page operation, which will have a data, page by handle page, variable handle string. Okay, so that's going to be our page operation, Shopify page operation. That's good. And then let's go ahead and create our getPage query. So inside our lib Shopify, we have our queries. Let's go ahead and create a file and call this page.ts. In here, we are going to go ahead and let's bring this page fragment. And this page fragment, we'll just create it here. There you go. And SEO fragment, we already have that. There you go. So the getPage query is basically query, getPage, handle string, page by handle, and the page is going to be page fragment, which is on the page you get the ID, title, handle, body summary, SEO, and create and update that. getPage query. And now if I uncomment this, it should have we want the data, and we want page by handle. There you go. That's all it should return. Let's go back to our page.tsx here and bring this in, and that should be good. And let's go ahead. I'm going to just copy paste this JSX here, what we actually want to return. Basically with an h1 we return page.title, this prose that we already have in our component as a page.body, if that's an HTML that's coming in. And here, this document will last updated on, format the date coming from that page with page.updated at. We are also going to create inside our page, dynamic page, a layout specific to this. So layout.tsx, and this layout.tsx will have, we don't need the footer because we already have. So here we are just going to have a layout, children, React node, and then it's going to get the children. Let's see how it looks into our application. Before we push anything, let's go ahead and just npm run dev. Okay, so here you see that we have our about us and privacy and contact us. So let's go ahead and click on about us page and see what we get. There you go. This is a specific page that coming from our Shopify. This document was last updated August 12, 2024. Privacy, do not sell or share our personal information. These are all coming from our Shopify instance where you can go ahead and let's go to our pages and let's say contact. And here you can add a form, your address, or anything you want and then that's going to show up here. Okay, so let's see the kids collection. Since we do have a kids collection now, let's go ahead and fix that. I'm going to go to our page.tsx here. Let's see, search kids. Perfect, it does go to kids collection now. Okay, so I've pushed all the latest to our GitHub. That will trigger a new deployment in Vercel. Now, the last thing we want to add is now metadata and your SEO optimization. We'll be using Open Graph image from Vercel, and that's going to be super easy. And if you want to know more about this one, guys, I do have a detailed video, next application. So what I'm going to do here inside this page, I'm going to paste in this Open Graph image.tsx. So this is going to be Open Graph. If you don't know what Open Graph image is, it's basically when you share an article or product or something, that image is going to show up on social media like Twitter or Facebook or anywhere there. So what we want to do here, we want to go to our component, and inside our component, we will create, there you go, Open Graph image.tsx. Now this is actually importing image response from Next.og, and this is Next.og's Next Open Graph package. We are getting the logo icon from our icons logo that we created before, which is right here. And then type, we are also creating, basically it's creating a function Open Graph image with props, promise, image response, const title. Title is going to be process.env.site-name. We have this inside our env. And then return a new image response. Now this is going to be, you can style this, right? Logo icon, width and height and fonts. If you want to know more about it, I will give you a link where you can actually practice how it looks like. Let's go ahead and bring the one that we just created right now. We also want to do, let's start from the top. So from here in our page, we want to add metadata. When there is a page your users go to, they will see like what page on the tab and stuff like that. So let me go ahead and save this. Let's get this metadata from Next. So as you can see here, generate metadata for the pages here. Page, I would get page, parameters of page. If not page, return not found, but it's going to return title, page.seo, title, page title, description, open graph image, page.created at, all that good stuff. Like I said, go ahead and check out my open graph video, which will be linked both and in the description inside here. So you will get, so body and head, you'll get bunch of, so let's say a title, right? This is the title. It's going to be the create next app here. This is by default, but we want to change this one. So if I go to, let's say, a different page, okay, it's actually giving us an issue inside our open graph image. Go there. Let me go ahead and copy a font, and we'll just add this font file right inside our source, like so. There you go. Now this font is here. So if I go to head now you see OG title, content about, description, this page is about Next.js and everything. So this is all coming from the SEO. So this is what I mean. So if you go to a product page, that should have a product title and description and everything, and with an image of that particular product. So we have our page done. Let's go ahead. Let's now go to our product. So inside product, inside our page.tsx, which is inside our handle, we are going to also the same exact function. We're going to add this. So it's going to be, again, export async function. That's going to be generate metadata. This is exactly what it needs to be called. It's going to get a params handle string, promise metadata. Let's go ahead and bring that from Next. Const product is going to get that product information with the params.handle. If there is no product, return not found. Const URL with hide all text, it's going to come from that product.feature image, right? And then here we are also can go ahead and get this with the tag, and it's just going to return. These are going to be the metadata that's going to be added to the head tag, right? So title, we're going to have description, we're going to have this robots, which is going to be necessary for Google to crawl through your website to give accurate information. Index, follow, indexable, Google bot, index, indexable, all this good stuff. So these are like, you can just copy paste it, but make sure that you add it to each page in each product so that it's easier for Google to crawl your website. Now for our search here, we will go to the same thing. We're going to go and then just add. So here for our search page, we're just going to add. Now this metadata is going to be pretty simple. It's just going to be a title search, description search for products in the store. What we're going to do again, this is just going to be your error handling. We are going to add an Error.tsx component. And this Error.tsx component is kind of like a catch-all error. If anything happens to your application, for some reason Shopify is down, or your fetch is not working, or they made a change or anything, then you want to handle that error gracefully, right? In order for you to do this, all I need to do here is create a file, and that's going to be called Error.tsx, and that needs to be inside our app folder. So let's go and paste this. So this is the Error.tsx. It's going to be in a client function, so it's not a server component, client component. You are going to export default a function error, which will have a reset. Reset is just going to be a function, return, and you can add any HTML here. Oh no, there was an issue with our storefront. This could be a temporary issue. Please try again and everything. And then it's going to have a button to reset. So that's that. Another file we're going to add to our app here, and that's going to be, let's go ahead and paste this. Now this opengraph-image.tsx, now this is going to be, it's not a component, rather it's actually going to be an image, and this is going to be just for our open graph image, right? So it's export default async function, image, return await open graph image. Inside our page, and this is the home page, right? For this, let's go ahead, add metadata here as well. High performance e-commerce store built with Next.js, Vercel, and Shopify type website. And we are also going to add Robots.ts. Now this is all going to be for our SEO. So let's go and paste this. So Robots.ts, what it does is basically get the best URL. So process.env.next public Vercel URL. And this URL is actually going to be for your actual domain. So this is Vercel here, base URL sitemap.xml, because you want to show some sitemap. If you want to show that, and I will show you what the sitemap is. It's pretty much the same thing as your robot.tx. So let's go ahead and paste this out. And the sitemap is just going to have all this information. Let's go ahead and grab that here, and then products. You'll be grabbing that from here, and then this one is going to be the get pages function that we didn't really create. So this is the one that we have to create inside our index.shopify, and it's going to be similar to this one, but it's going to actually return a bunch of pages, right? So it's going to return page, but it's an array, and it's going to use Shopify fetch, Shopify pages operation. Now let's go ahead and create that like so, and then get pages query, and create a query just for the pages. And we just want to know about the page itself and the first 100 page, let's just say. And let's bring this on here, save it, and sitemap. Now we can bring this from here, and that's all it is. We're going to create an array, fetch routes, and then we are going to promise all. We're going to create the collections promise, product promise, and pages promise, get all this information, their URLs and everything. And then we will run a function called flat, and then catch if there's any error. So basically in your sitemap.tsx, now if I save this, usually it should be available here as a sitemap.xml. There you go. You get your local host, but it's going to be your actual domain name, and it's going to have all of your sitemap. So these are also definitely needed for your SEO optimization. Okay guys, this is it. We are done. Let me know if you enjoyed this video in the comments below, and try to create something on your own. I would love to see this. If I miss anything, or if you have any questions, let me know. And yeah, I will see you in the next one. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. That helps me beat the algorithm of Google. I'm trying to grow this channel. And thank you to everyone who waited for this video for so long. I was busy. So, all right, hopefully you will enjoy it. Thank you.